Hello and welcome to. I again wanted to say stars with that number. Hello and welcome to First Blood, episode 2 with Yoak. If you're not familiar, what we're doing here, it is single player 5th edition D&D or multiplayer. I don't really know how to describe it. Um, and we're on session 2. Liam is the current GM, and when my character dies, when Yoak dies, Liam will I when Yoke dies, or like we are just done with Yoke, Liam will take over as the player, and I will take over as GM, and we'll go somewhere else in this world and explore a new character in a different setting. Um, Liam, do you have where are we going? What are we doing? What's happening?
So when Yoak dies today, yeah.
Sure, that's yeah, no, maybe.
Oh,
Who
yep.
knows?
There we go.
Who
I could
knows?
hear us. I could hear us again for a moment there. I fixed it.
See, I prepared myself for that. And I muted
I
everything except for you and my audio, and there was no chance of it. I escaped that.
I did not. I was not ready. Um. All right. Uh. So, last time, Yoke set off to try and find someone, to teach him how to use his magic. Um. Fairly successfully. You came across Yaskir the Wise, um, and uh, have, in theory, been learning magic for the last 2 years. But we need to see how some things went during that time. They, Yode's the quintessential chosen one. I doubt things went quite as smoothly as you would hope. That's not really how these things go. So, Yoke, I think one of the first scenes we see would be fairly early in this process. Um, I think the first thing we kind of need to organize is um where, like, what does it look, where are you staying, what does that look like. um I think without any kind of input from Yoke or Kalia, Yaskir would have probably organized like apartment rooms on the top floor of like a really upmarket tavern. Um, the rooms themselves being fairly small, but then with kind of the shared um, like community area of the tavern itself below. Um, is that something like, how does that go? I guess so. There would be a scene where Yaskir is kind of leading you to this place, um, and kind of, opens the door, and again you see the kind of picture in my head um, is of this kind of tavern that doubles as uh, like a it has like a stage and everything in it. Like it's more upmarket than kind of just a dingy tavern that we've seen so far. Um, every surface is clean. There aren't any drunks sprawled out on the floor at midday. And then you have kind of two levels of almost balconies that kind of ring the main room. And like on each of those, there are these kind of small little um, rooms, and she would have essentially hired out two of them
Um,
for
but
Yoke.
is if there's opportunity before we get like Yoke wants to try to get them like a house that has got like 2 bedrooms, or an apartment or something that has 2 bedrooms and like then a flat. Like there's a kitchen and I don't know if they use. I don't know what the toilet situation looks like, but yeah. So it's a self-contained like apartment that 2 people can live in, and like there's place to make food and all of that. Like just yeah. Um, that's what Yoke would have angled after.
Yeah, so I mean, there's probably we fade up to a scene, um, probably still on the first day, so probably on the same day we kind of cut away from last time.
If
Um,
not like minutes away, like maybe like
yeah,
half an hour, like very soon after.
and we see Yoak, um, Yaska, and Kalia all kind of together in this open courtyard. And she explains to you the kind of, you know, what is most convenient to her, the easiest for her to set up, kind of living situation, as I kind of described. Um, what does Yoke say? How does that conversation go? If Yoke does want to kind of question and change things.
Um, yeah. So she like explains what she's thinking or what she wants. Like the easiest thing for her to do is,
Yeah.
and Yoke cocks his head, looks over to Kalia. What is she taking of all of this?
I don't think she. Roll me an insight. Yoke,
Okay.
let's get your favorite roll. First thing, Yoke's really good at insight, so this shouldn't be an issue. And we'll just smack it out of the park straight
Hey,
away.
hey.
All right.
Oh god. So you know how I said I have a bunch of different roll Foundry tabs or Forge tabs open?
Yeah, that sound just
The
happened on each of them.
rolling sound, which the stream can't hear that, but it is
Mm.
loud. It's the loudest rolling sound I've ever heard. I'm
Okay,
gonna
cool.
mute everything.
So, Kalia, she has lived in a forest for the last X amount of time. Um, the I think the first time she's like properly stayed under a roof in a number of years was your trip to the tavern the other day. She's pretty happy with the idea that someone's going to give her a roof to sleep under.
Yeah, okay. So Yoke notices that. I think he feel like where he grew up, there wasn't a lot of space. His family were on a farm on like the very northern outskirts of this like massive farming region, very isolated. I don't think they ever like really wanted for anything. They probably lived like a modest lifestyle, um, but space wasn't like there wasn't space for yourself because you shared a room with like five other people or like three other people or whatever that was. Um, so I think he feels not the same as her, but like has a similar feeling of like, oh, this is gonna be nice. So he wants to try to get like instead of like this apartment situation, he wants to get them like a cottage or like an entire like floor of an apartment or something that is like comfortable. So they have like a comfortable living situation, like in the categories of D&D,
Yeah, yeah,
comfortable, and that they like have their own two rooms and then this like apartment area that is like a common space and they can take care of themselves. Um, that's what's going through Yoke's mind. She wants this. I want to be fancy, and you know, comfortable is fancy to them.
okay.
So he like cocks his head at Yaska. Um, I'm afraid I don't think an apartment will do. Um, need something more connected, like a house, two bedrooms, and you know, a living room, kitchen. We're both new to this big city after all, Yaska. Yaska. You don't want
Make
us
me
getting in trouble.
make me a roll.
Persuasion,
Make me a persuasion. Yeah.
advantage because Kalia's helping.
No, I think this is straight.
Straight. Okay. 16.
She pauses and looks at you. She says, "Do you?" And then she like stops herself course you wouldn't. Property in this side of town is not as available as you suggest. I could probably get you an apartment of some sort, but it would be in the south.
Nothing at all here in the northern side of the city. Nothing at all.
She says, your time here is already going to be at a considerable expense. Nothing, nothing that, uh, what'd she say? Nothing within the realms of reality.
He in the south looked poorer, right?
You still have kind of this, like, it continues like the north side for maybe half of it. And then you have this kind of like sprawl, um, this kind of much less permanent building, much more wood as opposed to stone. Um, and that sprawl kind of continues down this um, like the hillside that leads quite steeply to Riverack on top of this cliff.
Did she say where in the south it would be? I missed that maybe.
No, she just said in the south.
Where on the southern side?
I will endeavor to get as close as I can to the bridge, but whatever's available.
And how hard will it be to get across that bridge? We had. It wasn't so simple the first time.
She looks like she looks confused. She says, "But you had my pass. That should have smoothed the way."
Yoak sidelongs Kalia, and there's a collective like, oh fuck yeah, of course that makes, of course we fucked up. What were we doing? And he's like,
Remember,
he nods. Oh, go on.
remember we had that conversation of the fucking players conversation.
100%, 100%. I don't fucking know. And he's like, yeah, he nods like he knows exactly what she's talking about. Of
Mm.
course, the pass. We wanted to see if we could get through without it. And so didn't even try. With the pass, though, it wouldn't be an issue at all. We can skip the line.
He says, uh, "You may have to wait, but the lines in the mornings generally aren't long, especially not on market day."
He turns to Kalia and like shrugs, like, what do you think? What's your opinion? Do you want to stay in a cottage together in the south side, where it's probably going to be more fun for you, because there's going to be dodgy shit? He doesn't say that. Just or do you want to stay in the north side where it's going to be probably safer? I imagine.
Can you roll me a d20?
Sure thing. 15.
She says, "I'm indifferent." She looks like she has more to say, but does not want to say it in front of the legitimate power of a wizard, a
Can I
city
roll
official.
insight to see if Yoke picks up on that?
Yeah, go for it.
That's about right. Yoke nods then. The south side it is. And then I was thinking, hmm, 10 gold a day for the allowance that you said? That should suffice. This isn't Yoke being he doesn't understand how much 10 gold is. They have been traveling, I think it's been like a couple, like maybe 3 or 4 days, or like 2 or 3 days since they left Ymir, and 10 gold has been more than enough. Like it's gotten them, like it's lasted them a couple days. He hasn't needed gold that much. He's still got a whole bunch of gold on him. Like, yeah, he 10 gold seems reasonable.
Can you roll me a persuasion check, please? I want to see how she views this conversation, how she views this offer.
24.
Okay.
Nah, 19.
She says, how much money did your family make back where you're from?
I don't know the answer to that. Matt doesn't know the answer to that.
I don't know that Yoke does. Money,
Yeah,
like it.
yeah,
What does money mean in a sort of like a dead end town that traders don't come to? Like it's
yeah,
probably all barter.
yeah.
Hey, do you want some of my sheep for like your grain? Like
Yeah. He shrugs. Um, we made enough to survive, and then some. Doesn't really work like that in Wood End.
she nods. She says, "It doesn't really work like that here. Silver piece a day, and that's generous."
How about two instead? Or how about three instead?
Roll me a persuade.
We did this off screen, and I did a 19, and I also used the thingy, the Tides of Chaos. Do we just want to redo that now, or do we want to use
We can just use that roll.
Okay, so I need to
Um,
find it.
so it was the 16, was it not?
No, there is a natural one, and then above that is a 19. So yeah, I rolled a 10 and a 19 with advantage from Tides of Chaos, which is the roll, and then I said, and lucky because
And
why not?
lucky. Yeah,
And
sure.
then it was a
Okay.
natural one, which is the dichotomy of Yoke. So a 19
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, okay. So we'll round that up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, just to make math easier.
Yeah.
I think 3 copper isn't that much.
Yeah. She okay. So it's actually we don't need to round that up because I just said for every two over a 10, and your total roll was a 24. Um, so
Yeah,
you will get another 6 copper pieces um, for that. So a silver and 6 copper a day.
I think 24 is 27, 7 copper, isn't it?
Uh, 3, 4, 14, 7. Yeah, 7. Sorry.
Can we just render that up to 2? Because it's 3 copper, and it's just so much easier on me for them. Like, just the math is gonna. It's awful.
Oh man, I really don't want to because I think it's funny
Yeah.
to
Okay. Two
make you
silver.
keep track of copper.
Three.
I think that's amusing.
Okay. I'll keep track of copper anyway because that's like the main like people use copper. I'll take
Yeah.
that three. I'll take 2 silver as however much copper that is. But just so it's easier and it's round, can it just be 2 silver?
Well, she's not paying you every day, right? So like uh what it every 10 days she gives you the money, and
So we can
so
round up to 2 silver.
that's fairly round.
Please just round. It's 3 copper, Liam. It's 3 copper.
I know, but it's really funny, like really funny, like
You forget that I'm gonna be the DM one day, and
really funny.
all this cruelty you're showing me is
Cruelty.
yeah, I'm gonna call that cruelty. Does the so it's we get a house and then I'm assuming we get food as well, right?
Yeah, basic
Like
fare.
is it
If you want anything nicer, you'll have to pay for it, but
yeah?
enough to
So
get by.
it's uh, can we say that we have the comfortable like living option? It's like that's the thing.
Let's have a look to see how much that costs.
It's too comfortable as 2 GP per day.
Yeah, I don't think it's that much.
Yeah, I mean, but like a modest is like 1 GP, so it's not that much different. And I'm assuming she's not going to let us stay in a poor house because that will
You
look bad
asked
on
for a
her.
house instead of the nice tavern.
No, I
You'll
asked
get
for a
what's
nice house.
available.
I asked for a nice cottage, and I asked for a nice cottage, and I rolled really well for that nice. I rolled well. Don't discount the rolls here, buddy.
Yeah, it's probably modest. It's definitely not
It's definitely not comfortable.
comfortable. No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How sure are you sure? Because I'm willing to argue on this forever.
Yeah,
She's a
pretty
rich
confident.
wizard. She's
Yeah.
a rich wizard.
Is she?
She can. She runs a fucking magic tower.
It's not comfortable.
But
You can not get
so
paid and it'll be comfortable.
no, never mind. It comes with food
Okay.
though, right?
Yeah, basic fare. That's probably the difference, right? That brings it down. It's probably not quite nice enough, like food and fare to get you by.
Wait,
You're
so
a
how does she want
university
us to
student now,
survive?
Yoak.
How does
On
she want us
basic
to
food.
survive? Oh, but there is basic food. There's food.
Yeah, it's basic food.
Okay, yeah, Yo can do wonders with basic food. And it's 2 silver pieces each, right? Like we both get an allowance.
I don't know that I said that.
You did say that last time at the end of the session. I fucking kept track of this because fucking I am poor as shit. So I need to. You said at the end of last session that you will both get an allowance of fucking. I forget
Oh,
what you said.
she'll get an allowance. I don't know if she's getting as much as Yoak. In fact, I know she's not getting as much as Yoak, but she doesn't know that yet. She hasn't seen the money. You're the one who gives it out. That's a scene, Matt. We get to play that. And cool. So if that's housing,
You're a rat bastard.
me? A rat
Oh yeah,
bastard?
rat bastard. Rat bastard.
Okay. Um, rat bastard, Matt. In that case, I'm probably not rounding up your pay, or I will, but that's both your pay. And
Wait, no, you can't. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. You said last session we would both get a silver piece each per day, and then you said if I roll, I can make that go up by 2 copper per. I forget
okay.
what the exact number. Plus, for every number above 10, like plus
Hmm.
X copper. I rolled a 24.
Yeah. So she gives you 2 silver pieces and 7 copper a day, and you get to figure out how that's split.
Motherfucker. Okay, I'll take it.
Well, every 2 weeks or something like that. A
That's
day is a
so not
logistical
helpful.
nightmare.
Why? Why? You're making it hard on both of us.
I'm not.
But
That's some easy maths.
2 copper and 7. No, it's not.
That's easy maths.
Everything's so
10 into
expensive.
copper times by how many
Holy
days?
shit! All food is so expensive.
Mm, it is. It's a good job you don't have to pay for your accommodation or food, huh? You're muted.
I still think it should be comfortable, though. I will yell at you about this later.
That's fine. It's not, and it won't be. But you live your life, and I'll dictate your yokes. All right, cool. So we see the little kind of flat in South Riverack. It kind of as you described. It is fairly basic. There are 2 small rooms, and there's kind of the common living area, and a little place to prepare and cook. You kind of like log burner. So I think we skip forward about a week. Yoak has been spending this is probably on like the 6th day, right? So he's been at Yasuke's tower every day for like 6 solid days. He gets there early, he leaves late. They are like long days of learning. And Yaskier is probably starting from like super basic fundamentals. Um, I think it's the sort of thing that like Yoke didn't know the name for a lot of this stuff, but like he understands it pretty quickly. Um, you mentioned in a you mentioned wanting to be able to like talk about getting like access to the tower like outside of these kind of periods where Yaskier is here teaching you. So I think this is this scene. We fade up, and Yaskier is just finished explaining like a pretty basic fundamental, and she starts like she closes whatever she's reading from, and she sets up the way she normally does to end the day. She says, "Yoke, it is your day of rest tomorrow. You not need to come by the tower, and I will see you back the day after." And she like goes to leave like she normally does.
Excuse me, Askar. I had another favor to ask of you. Would it be possible for me to partake in the facilities of the? Does the tower have a name?
Uh, I don't think you're. I don't think you've been given one. No, I think you've been probably referring to it. And I think Yasuke probably refers to it as just the central tower, or central spire. I think probably, um, but not a more in depth name than that. Not that you've been given.
Okay. I was wondering if it would be possible for me to have access to the facilities of the spires. after our lessons are completed, so I may further advance in my studies without you needing to be present at all times.
She looks at you. She turns from where she was leaving. She looks at Yoak. She says, Yoak, everybody needs time away from study, work. Take the time you have. It is not much, and the studies are intense. With what time you have outside, make the most of it. Rest, relax.
I, of course, will do those as well, but there are things that I am interested in that we are not covering in our lessons. Things about the world. And I would regret it if I did not take the opportunity I have and to learn about those.
He says, there will be time enough for everything you want to learn. But not outside of ours, Yoak.
May I have access to the library then? There are many books that I know will be there, and while my reading isn't quite that good, I would use it to practice.
Roll me a persuade.
That is the wrong thing. Normal?
Yep.
15.
Okay. And a 1d100.
41.
40. So, she turns to you and I think she like goes to say no, see it. And in that that moment of frustration, it's probably been building up a week. You've been feeling this kind of the background magic of this place, of all the magical items. In an instant, it's something in Yoak like snaps, and a wild surge of magic flows through him. And in a flash, we no longer see Yoak standing before Yaskir. We see a potted plant. What what plant are you, Yoak?
I think it's a bonsai. Not an actual
Oh,
bonsai, but it's like a tree from Colzabold Forest.
yeah, okay, sick.
In this
In
like
miniature?
terracotta yeah, in miniature.
Yeah, sick. She looks down at potted plant bonsai Yoak and seems to reconsider her her about that she was about to say no, and says, is one moment. She like pulls out her um like her spell book, and Liam pulls up
Do I have any senses, or
her
is it?
character sheet.
Do I have senses?
Let's see if she has a way to turn you back.
Dispel magic, right? What does incapacitated mean? What are the rules on incapacitated?
She is going to make an Arcana check.
An incapacitated creature can't take actions or reactions. Can I still see and like hear and smell? Like, do I have any senses?
I think so. I mean, you just can't do anything with it, right?
Yeah,
You're just
okay.
stuck there.
So
And
I'll see what I can do, and the tree trembles a little bit, like it
she
shakes.
yeah, so she rolls an Arcana. Um, uh, and then I think as she's like puzzling this over, there is another flash of light, and Yoke stands before us again. It has been 6 seconds. Um, she like closes her spell book, kind of like attaches it back down to her waist, um, and says, "Under my supervision, and as long as they return, I can allow you to remove some books from my library. Not access, not after hours access, but to be able to take some books back with you as long as they return. And only some."
He nods. Yeah, he nods and yeah, is thankful.
Okay.
There is one other thing, Yeska.
She nods.
You are a mighty wizard. Yaskar the Wise, they call you. And everything I have heard of mighty wizards is that they have magical items and crystal balls that allow them to do all sorts of things. I have heard stories. I've heard in the stories, wizards are able to talk to people over long stretches of land, other sides of the world. Is this magic that you possess? If it is, would I plead for you to allow me to use it to contact someone, to talk to someone, to speak to someone.
He says, "Is there a wizard in your town?"
He shakes his head.
Then no. There are magical items that allow communication between wizards, but they require something at the other side, something to connect to, something to send the message to. If there is no one in your town capable of receiving this with the right instruments, she shrugs. You can always write a letter. I can teach you words.
Yeah, he looks like really like defeated at that, and nods, and I think leaves.
Okay. We follow Yoke on his journey home. We see the bridge. Um, we see the the kind of more slightly more rundown area um, of southern Riverack South, and we see the little kind of flat in front of us. Um, Yoke uh, opens the door. He goes in, and like waiting for him on the other side of the door, um, we see kind of Kalia like pacing up and down the room. And as soon as the door opens, she turns to Yoke and says, "Let's go somewhere. I'm bored."
Can you roll insight for her? oppose it with deception. So 23 on the deception. She might not be able to beat that. Okay.
Whatever it is, she does not see it.
Okay, he nods and like gives a weak smile, but she doesn't realize it's a weak smile. She just sees him smile, and like turns to go back out the door.
Cool. And she follows you out, and I think it probably isn't far to wherever the nearest like tavern is. I think especially in the south here, they're everywhere you go. On every street corner, there's a different establishment offering, and each of them seem to offer the cheapest drinks in town. You find one. I think probably Kalia is leading the way, and she pushes one open, and says, "So, did she pay you?"
Did she pay him?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's probably the end of each week, that you get paid.
Okay, Liam, how much did she give him? Do the math.
She gave you what is it? 7. Round up to a week. We'll say a full week. So she gave you. It is 11 silver, 9 copper, right? I think that's right. 11 silver.
I don't fucking know.
That
I have
sounds
no
right.
idea. I can't do math.
Yeah, it sounds right. 11 silver, 9 copper.
So that would be.
So the easiest way of doing this: keep track of how much you spend from these wages, not how much you get. And at the end of this 2-year period, we will just subtract however much you spend in.
It's more than 11 silver, Liam. It's 14
for 7
silver.
days.
It's 14 silver.
Oh, it is 2. Sorry, it's 2. So add 7 to
I
that.
knew this would be a problem. And 7 copper and 14 copper.
So it's the copper comes to 49 copper. So 4 silver, 9 copper. And then 2 copper per day, so 14 onto that. So 18, 9.
What?
So it's 7 copper, yeah?
7 copper a day, yeah, and 2 silver a day.
For 7 days. Because
Yep.
just pay you for the week. And 7 times 7 is 49.
Yep.
So 49 copper, which is 4 silver, 9 copper.
Yep.
And then 2 times 7
Plus
for
14.
the 2 silver. So
Okay,
plus
so
14.
63,
Yeah.
63 copper? Or 63 silver?
If it is 18
No,
silver.
less than that. Okay.
18 silver, 9 copper.
Yep.
For a week.
Okay.
So just,
yeah,
again,
right.
just keep track of how much you spend, and we will
I'm
subtract that
trying
from
to
the
figure out
total
how
at
much
the
to
end.
get from her, or how much she's going to give to her.
Yep.
They would have had a conversation.
Sure.
We don't have to role play that out, just so we can get onto more interesting things than money. Yep. He would have said, like, we each get a silver a week, and then we put everything extra, or a silver a day, and then we put everything extra into like a stockpile. Like, this is, we're gonna save this, and this is what we're gonna use when we leave this place.
So you're giving her a silver
a day.
How much per week? How much are you giving her?
7 silver. Or how much? I don't know how much someone like. How much does someone spend in a week? How much is 7? Is that a lot?
Does Yoak know?
Yeah, Yoak would have looked into this. 100%. Like, Yoak has realized money is important. He needs to figure out how much he needs to give to people. Or how much they need, like, yeah.
Like, okay, so looking at like living expenses, right? And it gets fairly pricey if you're looking after your own accommodation and food, which you're
Yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah.
So for living the way you are currently, it would probably be about a gold a day, which you're not paying. So everything you give is spending money, right? It's money to go out to buy drinks, to buy equipment, to buy clothes, whatever else you may need. Um, and as we go, there'll be some costs about there'll be some questions about what Yoak is or isn't buying, and how much he cares about certain things. Like wearing new clothing all the time, whether he's happy to let some get
He's
more worn
100%
out.
going to try to get Yaska to pay for clothing.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
No, she doesn't want to
I
spend
mean,
extra already.
you can crit a roll, sure,
Yeah.
but
Um.
probably not gonna work. Um, so it's as we go, we'll figure out how much Yoke is spending of that, how much Kalia needs or will spend.
Yeah. Yoke would ask her how much she thinks she needs. Like that. He like they each get a silver a day, and then there's 7 copper extra a day. He wants to store the 7 copper extra, so they have like a safety net. He thinks he'll probably end up not using all of his like whole silver a day. He asks her if she wants the whole silver a day or if she is willing to like she doesn't want to spend all of that as well, and that will just be added to the stockpile as well. He there's a conversation
Let's
about money
Yeah, yeah,
where they
yeah.
try to
So
be
let's
careful. He thinks
just
about
give
being
me
careful.
a persuasion.
Okay. An 8. She wants to spend the whole silver a day.
Whether she spends it or not, she would like the silver bits.
Yeah, Yoke will when he gets his money, she will get yeah, she gets a silver a day.
Yes, the silver is yeah, basically 7 silver.
And he just cautions her to be careful with money because they don't have a lot of it for now.
Okay. So you give that to her now?
Yeah. In this
You
first week, how much time has like how what time has he been getting home? Like, has he had time to talk to her?
so I would say I think she's just been home. Like I don't think she's done much. So when Yoke gets home, she's there. Um, you are getting home late, and this will be true for like a majority of your time here. And I think she is probably awake when you are, and probably awake when you get back. You probably have a few hours in the evening, um, maybe an hour in the morning.
Okay. So Yoke's been cooking food every night for them to eat.
Yep.
And he's I know that we were going to the tavern scene. We'll go there now. There's just like there's a week of stuff that I want to like prep. Because there's a lot of stuff that you can do in a week, even though it's only a few hours a night.
Yep.
So he's been cooking them dinner, and then is there any like if he skimps on his own portions, is he able to like he wants to use extra food that isn't being eaten on a given night to cure and turn into like survival packs. So like when they eventually leave this place, he will have like they will have a supply of food, and he will skimp on himself. So he's eating whatever he figure whatever the
Yeah,
least amount he can to survive is.
sure.
So, and like
That's
not
definitely
like
something you can
he
do. But I think Yoke would think that's something that they should do closer to the end of their stay,
so
unless he
survival
wants to
packs
keep.
can't.
Unless well, they're not gonna last 2 years.
I think they can if like some of that stuff lasts it just lasts forever, like years, like decades.
The She isn't giving you canned food. It
No,
doesn't
but
have
like
preservatives in it.
dried meats for sure last seasons. Like like
Seasons, yeah.
oh okay sure
You're here
okay
for
I
two
can wait to do
years.
that then.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I can
definitely you can absolutely leave this place
sure
with a
some
bunch of
stock.
rations, right?
Okay, that's fine.
And probably as much as you want to, like as much as you can carry, you could probably
Yeah.
leave here with, right? That isn't an
Okay.
issue. That can just happen.
Okay, cool.
Um,
Yoke is like he still does it and
yeah,
realizes that eventually realizes the rations are going off, and then he
yeah.
starts eating rations for his main meal until he catches back up. But he's like,
Okay.
because he doesn't realize how long maybe he does, maybe no, he's just doing it to practice. So he'll like he'll make
Sure.
rations
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and then eat it later on for like
Yeah.
his main food. So he's still making rations. And
Okay.
then so that, and then he would have like have spoken to her like a few times about like finding work for them both. Like, he doesn't have much time, so he'll work when he can. But like, she has a lot of free time, seeing if there's something she wants to do for work,
Okay.
so they can be making extra money.
Let's. So you've broached this topic every now and then.
Yeah.
And it's never really come to a head. This is a conversation we can have now. And I think she like points at a table for you to go to, and then she walks up to the bartender. There's a short conversation, um, and she like gives him some coin, and then comes back to the table. And she roll me an insight. Yoke.
Sure. Oh, Yoke's hair is still black.
Yeah.
It's still being dyed, and Yeska has no idea that his hair is dyed. We did that last time.
We did roll, yeah.
She did not beat her Kalia's disguise check. Normal or disadvantage or advantage?
Just normal, I think.
12.
Just a straight
Hey, for an
insight.
insight, not bad for me.
Yeah. So Kalia, like, kind of leans back in her chair, and she looks more comfortable now than she has all week. The kind of noise and hustle and bustle of the tavern and the people. Um, she kind of like looks around and she looks happier here than I think Yoke has seen her all week. She looks at Yoke and says, "Do you think it's going to be difficult?"
Matt knows what she's talking about. Does Yoke? We've established he doesn't have great insight. He knows. What does he know? Because I think I know. But what is she talking about? She means just being here in general, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
staying in one place. Yeah.
He shrugs and like cocks his head, like thinks for a second. And then he nods. Yes, probably. Yaskar for me is giving me almost no time off. And then for you, it's a very different place for both of us.
You roll me a perception check.
17.
Nice. So she nods, and I think she's playing with like a silver piece across her knuckles, just kind of fiddling. She says, "I I think I need to do something. I and she you notice that she ever since you sat down, ever since she kind of walked in, and even it was probably the first thing she did when she walked through the door. You see like in one corner of this tavern, there's like the rogues gallery, right? There's the like the edgy back corner. Um, you're muted. You've been muted. That or whatever you just said.
Oh, yeah, but there's a whole table of them.
Yeah, like
lone wolves, just like not
there's a
looking at each
there's
other.
a bunch of them like sitting on a table. I think Yoak gets the idea that maybe this tavern wasn't as random as her pick first seemed. She looks back at Yoak and says, I think I can make contacts here in the town. I think I can get us other options if things go badly.
He nods. You know, in all the stories I heard growing up, every tavern and every town has an innkeeper that brave adventurers or people go to and get information from, share secrets with. If What if you started working here? You make some money on the side, which helps, but you also need like half nods towards the table, like not full nod, but like darts his eyes over there. But you can also start to make contacts. You can do a lot with a secret. Secrets are powerful.
He nods. You can roll me insight again.
10?
She says, I think that's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that. I'll come down tomorrow. Speak to the barkeep.
I can't get anything from how she's feeling from a 10.
No.
He nods. It also helps when you're talking to a bunch of people and trying to get something out of them, and they're not fully sober, and you are. From personal experience and would end that get lots of things out of drunken adults, drunken grown-ups.
And yeah, no, Yoak, buddy.
What's
Grown-ups? Grown-ups,
Grown-up.
Yoak? Grown-ups?
I'm trying to think what the word is he would use, because adults seem too like technical. Yeah, it's not.
He's
but, like,
he's still 16. Like
fair
he's
enough.
not
He
like a
says grown-up
12-year-old
versus
kid.
adults.
Yeah.
Adults then. That's fair. Okay, I'll take it. I like the word grown-ups.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'll use
So
it.
did I
I'll
when
use
I was
grown-ups.
like 8.
I use it. Whatever. Get out of here.
Okay. Yeah, sure. She like sits for a little longer and food comes and you eat and talk. If there's any other kind of specific conversations you want to have, you can do that
Yoke
now.
whispers. Okay, so what have they? This would have been a very early conversation. Maybe before they talked to Yaskar even. I'm not, but like very early. Yoke is like leaning towards wanting to use fake names while they're here, and like obscure who they really are. Specifically for Yoke knows there's not a lot of people with his color. And a person with his color recently blew up a town and killed a bunch of people, and then was in another town where a bunch of people also died. So Yoke is leaning towards doing that. What is her opinion on that?
Uh,
Yoke would explain his reasoning.
yeah. Look, I don't think she's well traveled enough to have a like contrary opinion. Um, so I think she's fine with continuing to disguise your hair. And if I'm not mistaken, you have given Kalia your real name.
Kalia knows my real name. Yeska
Yeah.
doesn't.
Sorry, Yaska.
No, Yeska doesn't. I think the. I know we didn't talk about it when we got to the tower. I know that 100%. Um,
I mean, she
and I
would have
think we.
asked, like, between then and now, she's absolutely asked you. So you've told her what?
That's a scene.
Okay,
I think
we
that's a
can we
scene.
can do that. All right.
Yeah. Is Kalia gonna call herself Kalia, or is she gonna call herself by a fake name?
I think she doesn't think that anyone knows who the fuck she is, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. He says his name here is Coulter. When they're like on their own in his home, like in their home, when it's just the two of them, it's Yoke and whatever. That doesn't matter. But when they're around other people, it's Coulter because he doesn't want it to get back to his like village that he's here, and because that might endanger his family. And like that's like his. So he'll explain that to her. He doesn't want to endanger his like his mum and his brothers and his sisters.
You said Coulter.
Coulter, yeah. It's the
Um,
one I used from last time.
yeah, I know. Yeah, sure.
And then he wants to he like for his cover story. He doesn't know shit about this. I don't think he calls it a cover story, but he like, is she okay pretending they're siblings, or does she think they should just pretend that like not pretend and like they're just friends, like they just like companions? Um, he doesn't mind too much. He again is leaning towards like let's say we're siblings, but if she doesn't want to do that, he's like okay, that's fine. Like black hair, different name, should be fine for my yeah.
Um, again, I don't think she like. I think she's happy to kind of follow Yoke's lead on
Okay,
that.
they're siblings then here as well.
Sure.
Um, Kalia is his younger, like slightly younger sister, and he's yeah, cool. Um, for another scene in the tavern, I know that this I'm asking a lot of questions here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he nods. My hair, if it gets wet, will the and he whispers, coloring go away?
She says, uh, I don't even think this is probably again this is probably a conversation earlier, maybe after you had this kind of conversation about a name.
Okay, sure.
Um, she uh she acquired a disguise kit in the last town you were
Yeah.
in. And I think like at some point she would have explained to you that like with this she's got like actual dye now, and
Oh, tight. Okay.
like it's a much more permanent nature. It's
Okay.
not just
Yeah.
like running charcoal
So
through your
whenever
hair.
his roots start to show, like they just dye his
Hmm.
hair again.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like very
She
black.
has a disguise kit. It's just something she can do now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he is like very black here.
Yeah.
And yeah, cool. Then I guess for the yeah, no. Yeah, no, I don't think he does anything else or says anything else. They just hang out.
Okay. Sweet. Cool.
When
So I think
is Kalia's birthday, Liam?
uh I don't know that she knows exactly.
Yoke does know. His birthday is, and I think it's like 6 months away or 3 months away. Does it?
Sure.
It's still to happen this year, and he's turning 17. I think is like it's the like seventh month, whatever the name of the seventh month is, and the seventh day on the seventh month.
Yeah.
That is his birthday. If that matters at all, she has no
I th-
idea when hers is.
yeah, like I don't think she knows. Um and I think she just like, when there's the celebration of the new year, she's always just said she's whatever the next age is, right? Every time the new year comes, that's the day she says that she's now 17, 18, whatever.
How long
And
away is the new year?
roll me a d12. So
This
we're
is
in the
February.
second month.
Or
We're in the second month of the year.
fantasy equivalent to February.
Yeah. Fantasy equivalent of February.
Okay, so his birthday is then what? Fantasy like 7 month fantasy July.
Yeah.
That's seventh, right? I should know that. That's my birthday month. Um, actually, just now in saying, this is concerning. I just realized that I picked essentially the same birthday for Yoke as myself for other reasons. It's concerning that I didn't realize that that's when my birthday
Notice it,
is.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. One of the days on this first week, Yoke wants to go shopping. I get maybe with Kalia, if that's an option. I guess maybe on this
Sure.
first rest day, right? Like the
Yeah,
next
yeah.
day. Yeah, they
So
go
we
to
can,
the market.
yeah. So the rest of the evening kind of plays out. You sit, you eat, you watch whatever kind of bard comes in to sing, um, and you end up going home. Um, I think we can kind of duck back now. We're going to be jumping around a little bit until we get through these kind of early months when we establish everything. I want to see what the scene with Yasker looks like on Yoke's first day. Um,
Yeah. Okay. I like the
where
idea that we're jumping around in the timeline a bit.
yeah, where she invites Yoke in. She meets him at the door on the first morning, um, and she takes a seat. She kind of walks around, um, and she says, "It occurs. You know my name, but I do not know yours. And can you make me a charisma saving throw?"
She's using magic on me.
She's asking for a charisma saving throw.
22, motherfucker.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. Is that magic? Is that a spell?
Uh, you. What do you want?
What's my name?
Yeah. So, okay, actually, sorry. Um, you as you enter into this room, um, you feel like you've walked into a you feel as if you've walked into magic, right? You feel magic around you, um, and you feel within you a compulsion to tell the truth. But Yoke knows that for whatever reason, he isn't affected and can still lie.
Does Yoke know if she can tell that he resisted?
I
if it's zone of truth, I think the caster knows who resisted or not.
Yeah. I mean, she'll know, but yeah. I mean, I'm sure Yoak knows one way or another.
Okay. She's here. He says, "I'm Coulter." Do you want me to roll
She
deception?
she looks at you. She gives you like a long look. And yeah, roll me a deception with advantage.
20.
Okay.
Somehow worse than my charisma saving throw. I rolled a 17. That's why.
Mm. She looks at you and says, "You're not lying to me, are you?"
He shrugs.
She nods. I guess it matters little. Cold. Okay. And the day continues. She pulls books from the shelves and then starts giving Coulter a basic the basic fundamentals um, of
I think she
magic.
maybe shows him words at some point, and he's like, "I don't. What is that?" And
Yeah,
he looks like
yeah,
gibberish.
cool. And yeah, so absolutely she can start teaching you that. Okay, cool. So we cut to this Yoke's first day off. We can flashback. Um, and I think we see Yoke in kind of the like town center. Do you so there's kind of market day, um, which is the same day you have off. Um, there are two. So there's the southern market and there's the north market. Um, Yoke can cross, and it might take a little bit of time on market day. Um, but where is Yoke going? Is he going to the southern market or the northern one?
Um, does Kalia? I don't think he has a preference. Does Kalia have? If Kalia has a preference, he'll just go to that one. If neither of them do, I guess the northern market.
Okay. Yeah. You go north. All right, sure. Yeah, you head into the northern market, and kind of stretched out before you is this kind of open town, like square. There are kind of shop fronts and taverns on one kind of side. There's this like big imposing like church on like the north side, shops and stuff in the southern side, and then all of these market stalls that have been kind of erected through the middle. Um, what are you looking for? Why are you here?
Uh, Yoke is looking for a book, like I guess stationery. He's looking specifically for
Sure.
stationery. I think the two of them wander the market for a while before, like, when they come across that, they'll like, yeah.
Okay.
And Arthur
Yeah.
happens to look for something as well.
Yeah. You can you wander for a while and you find a couple of different places, kind of offering it. Um, the the cost is probably fairly like set.
Oh, I
Um,
can't afford a book. I know. I looked at the
yeah.
prices. I straight up
So
can't afford a book.
if Yoke is looking for like a book,
Yeah,
they're all kind of they're
20. Yeah,
probably actually slightly more. You went north, so they're
yeah.
probably
I know.
like
Yep.
30-35 gold, um, for like a sealed like leather bound book. Um, but a A quiver is probably a little bit cheaper in couple gold.
A quiver or a quill?
A quill, sorry. I don't even know if they're on here, are they?
They are. They're like 2 CP or something.
Just for a quill. Oh, yeah, it's just a quill. So yeah, you probably do they have
Yeah,
prices for
I think
like
he
both
buys himself like a
10
nicer
GP for
pen.
ink? Yeah,
Like he's
okay.
not going to buy ink because I can't afford ink, but he buys
Yeah,
himself a nicer quill and assumes that Yaskar will have ink for him to use.
cool. How much do you spend on how
On
much
a
do you spend?
pen,
Yeah.
how much are they? I think how much is like
Two copper for like a standard like ink pen.
yeah. So I think that's a quill, right? So he wants to get like a pen. I guess it's still like a pen you dip ink in, but it's not a quill. It's like
Yeah.
something fancier. Uh, what is the metal of the Feywild? If like is that silver? You have to like if there's a metal that is the Feywild, like is attracted to it. I'm thinking silver or like maybe there's an answer. I'll Google it.
Um Good question. I do not know. I think silver makes sense. I think I like silver.
That's what yeah, silver makes sense to me as well. I can't. There's nothing about it. Yeah, so I think he is like drawn to this silver, nice looking pen. Um, like yeah, like yeah, the silver and like wooden pen that is like the wood is reminiscent of Colzabad forest wood,
Yeah.
and it's the silver. How much do you think that costs?
Uh it's probably got like a tag at the front of 3 silver.
Yeah, I think he pays that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he buys a silver pen and is sad that he can't afford a night like a book, and he's gonna have to get a book from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Does Kalia buy anything?
Uh no, I don't think so.
Okay, so I think after a couple of hours of like wandering this place, he wants to pull away from Kalia, and like, yeah, I've got to go and look at. I'm gonna go and look at something. I'll find you in a little bit.
Okay.
Um,
She says, are we meeting at home or here still?
I think maybe there's like I don't know, is cafes a thing or like somewhere where you can just get like cafes are surely a thing in this fancy wizard town, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he like said like let's go meet at this cafe. Like in an hour or two. Let's meet there.
Sure. What do you
Um,
do? The
yeah,
camera follows me. Let's see.
Yoak wants to go and find like someone dealing with fabric,
Okay.
like silks or something, yeah, like just fabrics, yeah, in general. They wouldn't just have
Yep.
one type.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah, so Yoak, I
There's
guess
a
he finds this place.
yeah. There'll be a stall. There's definitely like a stall that has just like
Sure, yeah.
kind of dressmakers fabric or
Yeah, yeah. Yoke walks up. The fabric prices, and I looked at them before, and they're scuffed. Like they make no, like they're like if you're buying fabric in bulk. Um, I couldn't find
um.
anything that I wanted.
What are you looking for?
Yeah, Yoke walks up and like looks at the fabrics for a little bit, realizes he doesn't really know what he's looking for, and walks up to the like stall operator, the merchant.
Yeah, I think it's
Excuse me.
a like older, kind of fat man, big white beard, um, says, "Hello, young sir, and how can I help you on this fine market day?"
I'm looking looking for some fabric. Though I realize now I am not the best at working it. I was hoping to get some items made from it. That's not something you could do, perhaps, is it?
He says, what exactly are you looking for?
Scarves. My ma always used to make them. Be working one at most times of the day.
He nods. He says, I imagine I have some offcuts sitting around here that might do. Would probably need some cleaning up and work to look nice, but we could make a deal.
I'm looking for 3 specifically, each in their own color.
He
2
nods.
colors each, or rather, one side a color and then the other side black or brown. Darker color
Nods.
and then a brighter color.
Says, you'd have to buy, like, a strip of fabric in each color to back like that. But he like pulls out some like a array of offcuts.
Yeah, he's looking for. So I guess all of them are like the back would be black or like a very dark brown, just like muted dark
Yeah.
colors. And then he wants one in purple, like that lilac purple of the Fae, like
Sure.
Wilds. He wants a green one, and then Kalia's eyes are blue, right? I'm taking notes. I'm remembering character details.
I believe so.
Yeah, they're like a bright, crisp blue.
They are blue. Yes.
Yeah, fucking look at me remembering things about NPCs. I don't even do that as a GM. Yeah, so he wants to get a blue one, like the same color as her eyes, a purple, like lilac purple one, and then a green one. Yeah, so he describes the colors he wants.
Yeah. Okay.
How much do you think this would all cost? And how soon can it be done? The sooner the better, specifically for the blue one.
He nods. I think he probably has offcuts of roughly the right size for any of them. It depends on like if you're looking to buy these to like take away now, he can probably give you all of those colors now, apart from the lilac, which you'll probably have to go get dyed.
That's fine.
Yeah, so I think he says,
as long as like the quality is this, like it's still going to be like high, like good quality, and
yeah. So I think he kind of looks at the like he puts out all of these different kind of offcuts. They are all slightly varying in lengths, but they're definitely, if you cleaned up the edges and evened them out, you could easily make these kind of two-tone scarves. And but he definitely doesn't have anything in like lilac. That'll have to be kind of custom dyed. He kind of looks at the offcuts and he says, for these, and he kind of gestures at the like everything apart from the lilac. He says, you seem a good sort. I will do them for a silver piece. The other, the lilac, it is more difficult. I will have to get a real dye to give you the cut. It is a popular color. I will sell the rest, no doubt. I don't need you to buy the whole thing. But the custom dye, you are probably looking at a gold piece.
He nods. Would I be able to take the black half of the lilac scarf now and then return it to you when you are able to put them together. I will pay for it all up front, of course.
He says, "Oh, I do not make them. I know people who can, but it would cost more. I can organize that for you. Something you have to do. But
The guy would be so he's not making the scarves.
he is a cloth merchant.
So he's willing to sell the cloth to me,
And
not make
go
them.
and custom
Oh, okay.
dye this lilac wheel."
Yeah, okay. Yoak nods. I'm not a rich man, sir. Is there an honorific for merchants? Because I
Is
know
there a
lots of
name
cultures have them.
for like? Yeah, I don't think there's like a general one. Is there a name for like someone who sells cloth? Um,
Clothier, clothier.
Merchant.
No, be
Probably not. Merchant is fine.
he nods. Good merchant, as you can probably tell, having dealing with all these fine cloths. I'm not a, a rich man, not by any stretch of the imagination. Is there any chance you could go any lower for the gold, for the dyeing of the purple cloth? The prices for the others is more than generous. Um, is there any possibility you could go any lower for the lilac cloth?
He 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 looks like he doesn't look happy, but he shakes his head. He says, "I will have to get an entire reel dyed. I will be able to recoup a lot of that cost, but it would cost me more than the gold I'm charging you."
Yoke knows. I understand. We all have to make money in this world, don't we? He nods and smiles and hands over the gold and was it how much was it for all the rest?
One silver
For all of it?
for all of the rest. Yeah.
Oh fucking shit. Okay, tight. Yeah, and then he'll ask if he can point him to someone who can work this cloth.
Yeah, absolutely. He does so. He says, um, I think he probably says, um, if you were to mention my name, they would look after you. They know your product is good. Smiles.
And what was your name, good merchant? I am Coulter. It is truly a pleasure to meet you.
He he beams. He says, "Coulter, a good sturdy name for a good sturdy lad." He sees this stick thing Yoke standing before him.
No,
He,
Yoke's not stick thing. He has +2 in strength, dex, and con.
plus to it. All right. Yeah, you
Like
did
he's
roll
a
really
farm boy.
well. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
everything's a 14, a 16, or a 12.
yeah. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yoke's a farm boy. He is thick and sturdy. He's a thick boy. He's doing those squats, Liam.
He says, "I, me ma called me Graf when I was born, but most in this town know me as the Merchant of Silk. Use that name, and they'll look after you."
What? How do I spell his first name?
Graf.
I wasn't sure if I heard you wrong. I love Garth.
Nope.
He nods. I thank you kindly, Garth, the Merchant of Silk. It has been much pleasure to meet you. I will go and speak to your and yeah, when he says your like, oh, what's this person's name?
I think he just points you at uh, like a tailor down the road. and you see kind of a sign above the door. It's one of the like established shop fronts, one of the actual buildings, not a stall. Um, and I think it's just called Northern Tailors.
What was the name of the person who operated that?
Uh, Man, questions, huh? Really, really important questions.
Yeah. I've realized that I don't want to punish you as a GM. That's unfair and cruel. I will punish you as a player. And names is I look. Neither of us are great at names, and so I'm gonna. If I hit us, if you hit you in the name center, that's gonna cause struggle.
You are entirely correct. Let's have a look. Where's my names list? He says, ask for Hilda. She'll do you right.
Yoak nods, and Hilda. Yoak nods,
Hilda.
and inquires when the like purple material will be ready.
He says, um, if you were to return next market day, so a week.
He nods, like shakes Garth's hand, and
The
heads
merchant
toward
of silk. Come on.
the merchant, Garth, the merchant of silk, and then heads over to the Northern Tailors.
This place
Yeah,
is
taking all the fabric, so like all the black silk.
yeah. This place is like nice. You like open the door. It's all like glass fronted. Um, like it's definitely like a fancy kind of establishment. Um, I think as you walk through the door, um, a I think a younger woman with like stark red hair approaches young Yoke um, and says, "Ah, welcome to the Northern Tailors. How can I help you?" Or she kind of looks around behind you as if she's expecting someone more important to walk through the door. Um, and then she kind of looks back at you, um, or whichever master sent you.
Yoke nods, and laughs a little bit. I have been recommended your fine services by Garth, the merchant of silk. He told me to ask for Hilda.
She smiles and says, "Oh, fine. Wait a moment." And she like walks back into the kind of back of um the tailors, and you can hear kind of from the background. You can hear like mutters and chatter and like the click of needles. Um, she after a while she walks back out with an older lady, same kind of red hair that's starting to fade to grey, um, older, wrinkled. She's getting on in years, and she hobbles. She has the cane. She like hobbles out. Um, she says, "Oh, Garth sent you. How can we be of service?"
Yes, he sent me along and said that I would find your services most reliable. I was hoping, and he pulls out the cloths, to get some scarves made with this. for gifts, and then one for myself as well.
She kind of takes one look at the material and nods and says, I believe that's within our skills. Um, she kind of looks you up and down. What are you wearing?
We bought new clothes in, I think it was Tannin Point.
Yeah, you
Um,
wanted traveler's clothes and Tannin Point.
I had traveler's clothes already. Um, Kalia said like we need to buy something so we fit in with
Yeah.
the like rich people. And then I don't know, I forget how much we spent, but yeah, so it's like not traveler's clothes. He has a pair of traveler's clothes. It's something like a little bit nicer than that. Like it's so he isn't like the most fancy person in like especially in the north side.
Mm,
But he isn't like he doesn't look like a bum.
okay. She
Like I guess a nice tunic, some trousers, maybe a
sure.
jacket.
She yeah, she kind of looks you up and down, um, and says, "For a friend of the merchant of silk, I believe we could produce 2 scarves for 4 silver."
And of the third one, I the merchant of silk is at the moment uh, he will be dyeing some cloth for me, and I hope to get it added to the um, use it for the black one, the remaining black piece. In the meantime, though, is it possible to have that one turned into a scarf as well, and then next week modify it?
Nods. She says, "It would cost slightly more than a simple creating it from scratch. 3 silver instead of 2.
So 2 silver for each of those, or 1 silver for each? How much
It's
total?
two silver for each scarf that
And then
she's
3
making right now, and
Yeah.
3 for the one that she'd have to redo.
So 7. Okay. Yeah, he nods. I think that sounds more than reasonable. Would would it be possible on the colored sides of each of the scarves, so holding for the purple one now, but on the other two have some designs needled in?
She nods, says again, it would cost, but possible.
I think he describes so his dagger is looks different now, right? His dagger once he had that massive surge of Fey energy or
Yeah,
Fey wild energy, specifically the wild. And his dagger was imbued with that, so it's changed now. And along the length of the blade is, yeah, these symbols that invoke or envision the Feywild itself, and then like I think specifically Kalzabad Forest, but
yeah.
maybe that is hidden. Yeah, these intricate. So he shows her that and asks if something like this is possible.
She nods. He says it is intricate design. It would take some time and therefore coin. Say 4 for each scarf.
And how soon would you be able to get that all finished in? Save the one for next week.
She says, uh, it would take a day or two.
Would I be able to pick it up on this and whatever time he finishes class? Could he come and pick it up then?
She, yeah, she nods. I can leave one of the girls here.
And without the designs, how quickly would they be able to be finished?
I could have them done before the end of the day.
Is there any possibility, Hilda the Great Tailor, to reduce the cost of the patterning? I'm not a rich man, um, as you can probably tell, and I'm trying to, give my sisters some gifts. I understand if not, but I would hit myself if I did not ask.
Roll me a persuasion.
Yoak is like frugal as shit. He's super frugal little dude. 13. I'm going to use a lucky on that.
Okay.
18. That's better. That's a good use of a lucky. I rolled real bad.
Says
Not real bad. 8's fine. 13's fine.
So you want let me the total here, right? So you wanted 2 scarves made now,
Yep.
started now with the like embroidery.
Yep. And then
Um,
like the black half of one of the scarves made now, and then the
yeah,
rest made when I have the fabric next week, and then that will be embroidered as well next
sure.
week.
So that was gonna cost 4 per scarf and 5 for the extra one.
Oh, you mean with the embroidery?
Yeah. So the total was gonna be what's that? 13. And she says for your sisters, I'd do it all for 12 silver.
1 silver discount.
Yeah.
Yeah, he nods. Okay, that will do finely. I thank you, great tailor. I will pay it all up front now for you. And I can collect it tomorrow night or the day after.
She says I she could have one ready for tomorrow night, and like one ready for the next, or you can just pick them both up on the next.
Okay. Yeah, he says he'll pick up he wants the blue one done tomorrow night, and then the green one can wait.
Sure. That can happen.
Is wrapping paper a thing, Liam? Like when you give someone a present, that's a thing, right? Wrap like parchment paper, or like you wrap something in paper.
Yeah, I mean you could just go get some paper.
Yeah, Yoke wants to get some paper, with like pictures on it, I guess, if that's a thing. Or maybe it may. I think it's just some brown parchment paper.
Yeah,
Makes more sense.
yeah.
And he wants to get enough to like wrap up the scarves, like enough for 2 of them, and I guess some like twine as well, like string as well, to tie them up.
Okay.
I think
And you can probably get
super cheap.
you can probably get that like as total for like a silver.
Sure. Okay. Cool. Total I spent there was 12 silver, right?
So it was 12 for the
13 plus
scarves.
the wrapping paper. Yeah.
12 for the scarves, so 13 for scarves and wrapping paper. And then a gold and a silver for aren't they?
Wait, say again.
So it's gold and silver for the fabrics,
Yeah, for no to get them tailored.
but the fabrics,
Oh, I've already paid that. Yeah.
yeah. So total, like total, and it was a gold and a silver for the fabrics, and 12 gold for the scarves, and 12 silver for the scarf, and 1 silver for the like paper and twine.
Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna convert all my gold into silver because that's easier because everything is silver based, it seems.
Sure.
Yeah, Yoak like puts the paper and the twine in his backpack, and like hides that, and then goes and meets up with Kalia at the cafe, and I don't know, buys like a croissant or fucking buys something for them to eat.
Sure.
Um,
And I think she's probably already sitting there, like eating something.
okay, he'll get something for himself then, something small, cheap.
Cool. Like a couple copper.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then I guess they go sit down, and yeah, I think that's everything he wants to do today. He's sad he
Okay.
couldn't buy a book.
Yeah, yeah.
His
Books
next mission
are
is to bludge a book off Yaska.
yeah.
Some cheap, crappy book.
Okay, sure. And so, where do you want to go next? What scene does do we want to? So we have book, and then presumably giving the scarf.
Kalia a scarf. Yeah.
Yeah. Um. Oh, what would you like to start with?
Book is probably like the next day, so that um
Yeah.
yeah, book, I guess. Yeah.
So again, you're seated in this kind of open, like loungy type space. I think Yaskar is kind of like on one side again. All of these kind of first few weeks, months are spent on like fundamentals. So she's uh, like slowly teaching Yoke. Um, I guess it depends exactly what she's teaching him. Are you kind of reading behind the curtain? Are you planning on purchasing the mundane education?
Yeah. I mean, I need to. I need to know how to fucking read
Okay,
and write. I
sweet.
think I gimped myself with that. I think like he's one of the only people in this family that doesn't know how to read and write. Like his mum and dad are both literate. They grew like they're both literate. They grew up in a more popular area of that like farmer civilization, like that farming
Yeah.
area. Um, his oldest brother for sure knows how to read. His like sisters
It
mostly probably know how
look,
to read.
it definitely isn't uncommon for people not to know how to read and write.
Yeah,
That's
I think he's
pretty
probably in the
common.
majority when counting like all his siblings, but
Yeah.
it's not weird that his siblings who can read and write can read and write. Like the
Yeah.
oldest has to because he's going to take over the farm one day.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But yeah, so
Sure.
yeah, 100% I'm going to purchase mundane education.
Okay, cool. So she's probably spending a lot of this early time on that.
Just like making him not be a hick anymore.
Yeah, like being like,
bumped him.
here are your letters, here's how to read and write, here's how to, yeah.
Yeah, so like he tried like yeah, he's like, I need a book, Yaska. I was going to buy one. However, they cost 35 gold, which is a fortune, I have found out. Um a couple books would do nicely. They don't have to be pretty. They can be secondhand. I just need to be able to write in them.
Yoke does not ask for much. Um,
He doesn't. A book, fucking a shitty old book for a wizard, for like a 10th level wizard, or have whatever level she is. Book's not that much.
man, whole lot of assumptions here. Okay, sure. Roll me a perception. Persuade, please.
I I'm gonna use lucky.
Okay.
A 9.
Okay. She like digs around kind of behind like a shelf. Actually no, I think she has like a book that she's been like giving you whilst you're here to like practice writing. She like nods down at it and says, "You may take that with you, as long as it returns each day, so we can practice here."
What is the quality of the book, Liam? Not great.
Not
Secondhand.
not great. Yeah.
Has it been used before?
I don't think so. No,
Okay, that's fine.
but it's
Yo-
smaller. It's it's made. Yeah,
yeah,
the
Yoak is
paper is
like
probably crap quality. Like
thankful. If I fill this one up, am I able to get another? Am I able to get more?
she nods.
Thank you, Yaska. This is quite the boon you have given me. He is more excited about this book than anything else she has given him. I don't think she needs to roll insight. This is very obvious.
Yeah.
He cares more about this book than the house that they got, the like the gold, the silver they're getting. Like this is his. He's very excited to use his fancy new pen with this book.
Oh yeah. All right, sweet. Um, have you been this pen you bought? Is Yoke using it in the class? Did he bring it?
100%. Yeah,
Cool.
like pen doesn't leave his side.
She she like sees your excitement, your enthusiasm, and she says, "But you have forgot something." And she like from her pocket, and she pulls like a stoppered vial of ink and
Has he
places it
written yet,
before.
or has it just been working through? Has he used this book yet?
I
Has it
think he
just kind of
probably
been
has. Yeah.
okay? And he looks at the ink for a second, looks down at the pen, realizes that a pen needs ink to work, and his mind is blown again. Like, oh fuck, yeah, sure, this makes sense.
Cool.
Thank you, Yaska. I
Yeah.
again
She
cannot
gives
thank you
you
enough.
a practice book and some ink.
Oh,
I
I add
think
those to my character sheets.
yeah. So as I think we uh you know again we kind of see the flash forward, the kind of out of order kind of flash forwards, um, and I think we just see kind of like a almost like a montage scene of Yoke like learning to read and write, and I think it is probably mostly um uh Yaska is uh like making Yoke read uh whatever this world's version of like the epics are. Um like the Odyssey, the Iliad, um like uh uh Beowulf, like the classics. Um and I think to like, learn to write, I think she is having him kind of like rewrite them. She'll read them like he reads through them, he learns to read, and then she will read one back to him, and he has to copy it. He has to create a copy of the of kind of whatever tale that Yoke seemed the most kind of excited to read, um, whatever that is.
Sure.
Cool. So we can go back and um, I think on the second day, um, or the first that night, I think you're getting Kalia's done earliest.
Yeah.
Um, you go by the tailor on your way home. You collect the scarf, um, and we see
Yoke
Kalia
wraps it up.
And we see again, kind of Yoak opens the door, um, and Kalia is standing in the apartment, or sitting, probably sitting in a chair
Sitting on it,
somewhere.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's probably a table, right? Like a dining room
Yep,
table.
sure.
Yeah, Yoke walks in and like slouches his backpack off and like hangs it up on a hook in the wall or something. Um, I can take books with me. I am allowed to take books home with me, right?
Yeah, like selected. Yep.
Yeah. What books has he been able to take? Like, I want to take some books home with me. What can I get?
Yeah, so she's probably the books he's allowed to take home are kind of concurrent with his current stage of education. So as he's learning to read and write, she probably lets you take some of the epics that you've been like kind of practicing on, or um, more basic, generally narrative like type texts. And
Okay.
then
He is a
as we go through the years, when you start learning kind of fundamentals of magic, there'll be books like that, or
Yoke's for sure going to try to get more access to the tower at large as time goes on because he needs access to that tower. um, yeah, so he like takes this heavy backpack off and like puts it at the like puts it in a corner somewhere and walks over to the table and smiles at Kalia and places down like the present, the scarf, the wrapped scarf in front of her. Um, I got you this. Hope you like it. It's yeah, and he goes and like starts preparing food.
okay. Yeah, she stands, she walks over to it, she unwraps it. What do we see as she like pulls it from the paper?
Yeah, so I think the blue side is up first. It's a scarf, right? It's got this like beautiful blue fabric that is embroidered, I guess is the word, embroidered like along the blue length of it. These like very intricate patterns that like maybe someone intimately familiar with the Feywild would be like, oh, okay, that's reminiscent of that.
Yeah.
Um, but otherwise, just looks like it's patterns of the wild, like the woods of like wild places. Um, I think that is the embroidery is like silver in color. Um, yeah, and then you can flip it around, and it's just this like plain black or like very
Yeah.
dark colored scarf that is seem like a lot less flashy. So you can invert it if you like. Yeah, I think it clearly. I mean, yeah, is it high quality, Liam? Like it's a high quality scarf.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
She, we see kind of Kalia looking at it, and she flips it, and she like looks up at Yoke and says, I don't know what to say. I can't take this.
I think he pulls out a black, like just the black one that is just the plain side out of his like pocket or something, and he shrugs. You have to take it, otherwise we won't be matching.
She she smiles and like looks up at you again and says, "Thank you, Yoke. Thank you." And she like puts it on, kind of blue side out.
Yoke, I don't think has brought up the fact that she has this gnarly scar across her throat. Unless if she has talked about it, or if she seemed like
she
she wanted to
she
talk about it.
has not talked about
Yeah.
it.
Yoke hasn't said anything to her. Um, what is his general like? I want to can I roll insight. I want to roll insight to see what he
Yeah,
genuinely thinks she thinks about that. What? Yeah.
absolutely.
18
Cool.
got these insight rolls today. Haven't been bad.
Yeah, yeah. Yoke has
Turning it
figured out his
around.
shit. He's figured out his shit.
Until he hasn't, Liam. Until he hasn't.
Um, so she, I think Yoke over the last week or however long week and a bit you've been traveling. And she like often sits quite like hunched forwards. She like, when she thinks you're not looking, her like she like runs fingers across it. She is very conscious of it. Um, and like she puts on this scarf, like covering the gnarly ass scar across her throat, um, and like stands a little straighter, so she isn't kind of like hunched down, covering it a bit. She like straightens and she nods and kind of and she probably runs over and hugs you.
Oh, Liam's trying to break my heart. Oh no, that's just too sweet. That's too wholesome. Yeah. Oh no, Liam, why are you doing this? Don't make me get attached to NPCs. Oh, you do such a good job not getting attached to characters. Um, yeah. So she puts hers on. I think Yoke also puts his on. Um, does she put it blue side or black side out?
Blue.
Okay. Yeah. Roll insight for her. I don't. I don't think. I don't think I'm. Yeah, there's no active deception here. Okay. So take away. She knows of this what she does. Like she seeing that she's more like less self conscious about like he's filled with joy and he's very happy. More so happy that she's happy, less so happy that like sh- he has made her happy. He's just happy she's happy. And when she hugs him, like he has spent his whole life being like with family and having like people there that know him. And he hasn't had that for like nearly 2 weeks now. Uh,
Yeah.
and he thinks he's killed his dad. Whether that's true or not, um, that's been weighing on him. So like, just a whole bunch of tension leaves him, and he like feels more at home. It's a very good hug. He like hugs back. Yeah.
Sweet. Is there?
He makes some bomb food. He's fucking makes some amazing food.
Can you roll me a survival?
Can't be presti- Oh
Or I
yeah,
guess
yeah,
chef's tools, so just straight dex or whiz.
yeah. I'll do a Dex ability check, right? Yeah. A 5. It doesn't matter because he uses prestidigitation, and that makes food taste amazing.
Yeah,
It
sick.
doesn't. The rolls
Oh yeah.
just don't matter. You can keep rolling those for
All
food as
right.
much as you want,
Yeah,
but there's
yeah,
always
yeah.
prestidigitation.
Yeah,
Maybe if I
but like
roll a nat
we
20 with
know,
prestidigitation, yeah,
we know
it's
what the
it
food's.
wouldn't. This wouldn't like. He's I think too overwhelmed with emotion right now, and
Yeah,
it's like if it wasn't because of magic, it wouldn't be very good.
yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, sweet. Um, is there anything kind of early days that yoke like a scene we specifically want to kind of play out? I
Yeah.
think
Yes.
as as
Go
we
on.
were to move forward, there's like kind of definitely nights where like Kalia tells Yoke that she got work in this tavern. Generally kind of day work. But she works some evenings. So there are some nights where Yoke gets home and she's not there. She like arrives fairly late sometimes. Um, but generally, comes home. Um, yeah. Is there anything?
Yeah.
Yeah. What
So I
other
think
scene do we want to?
on those nights that she is not home when he gets home or she comes late, he is like just studies. He doesn't like do anything.
Sure.
He just studies and like hard out buckles down on that. Like getting this mundane education stuff out of the way, and like anything else that Yaskar will give him, um,
Okay.
just like devour it when she's not home. I think when she is home, you know how like when two people are just comfortable with each other, they'll just hang out and like not
Sure.
necessarily be doing the same thing, but yeah, they're just sharing each other's company. I think a lot of the nights is that. Though if she wants to do something and like they want to talk, like he'll hang out with her when she's there. But if she's not there, just straight study. When she is there, like it's a mix.
Yeah.
Yaska won't use sending, will she? Yoke can't get her to use sending. That magic spell, that very easy and early level magic spell that she 100% has because she's a wizard. She won't use that spell that Yoke
No,
doesn't know exists. She won't do that for him. No.
no.
Okay. Then I think there's a scene because Yoke, still getting used to the city. He talks to Yaskar about finding somewhere to send. He wants to send a message in a package somewhere, but he wants to do it in a way that isn't obvious and it like won't be tracked, can't be tracked. We can play the scene out, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So how does Yoke bring this up?
How far is Yaskar pushed into like who he is and like his past?
I don't think she's asked anything past the kind of little bit of a further push into what your name actually was.
Sure, okay. Yeah, okay. So I think it may be at the end of a lesson someday. Like still very very early on, I think.
Mm.
Yaskar, I need to contact my family. I need I need them to know that everything's okay. And I hurt people before I came here on accident. And
Um,
he like
at
summons the
at
firebolt and
at
like
that
gone.
moment, at that moment, can you make me a saving?
A saving check.
Another uh, another charisma saving throw, please.
Okay. Normal, advantage,
Uh,
disadvantage.
Normal.
12. That doesn't pass.
You start to speak. You say, I hurt people, and I think it's like I hurt people. And then again, Yoke gets this feeling that he is unable to lie. But this time, he cannot resist it. Continue. Um, she like mutters something and like her hands move, and there's kind of like a faint glow around the room. And Yoke feels he is unable to lie.
Yeah. Okay.
And she like dead like eye contact locks on you. And
He like says I hurt people, and then he's about to say something else, and it's not what he wanted to say, and he's like, oh, okay, and he stops and like cocks his head again, uh, looking at Yaskar and squints. You've used magic on me.
she nods. She says, I believe I have brought someone dangerous into my house and offered them magical training. Whatever you are about to say is important, and it is important that it is true. For if I have accepted danger into my house, I would like to know what it is and what chases you.
Yeah. Okay. He can't lie. He's just gonna speak his mind. Because it's. I think maybe he's a little frustrated at this, and under
Hmm.
normal circumstances, he wouldn't say what he's gonna say, but he can't stop. Like it just comes out. Why are you allowed to have secrets, but I'm not? That seems rather unfair.
What secrets do you think I have?
Your reason for taking me here? You've been somewhat honest, but only parts of the truth have been said to me. You admitted as much on my first day here.
My secrets do not endanger you and your livelihood. yours very much endangered mine. So I would have the
Mm,
truth. From what do you run?
he ignores that. My secrets won't endanger you and your magic tower in your magic city with your magic bridge, but they might endanger people that I care about, my family. He leaves it at that. That is why I have secrets, to protect people that I care about.
She says, if you wish to continue receiving my education, my ability to control what happens to you, you will tell me what you run from.
I will tell you everything that has happened
She says,
if you help me contact my sister.
I have told you
My
before,
family.
there is no wizard in your town.
Don't need motherfucking wizard for sending. Yoak doesn't know that though. God damn it. Can I insight check to see if she's lying to me? Like she straight up doesn't have a way to contact my family magically. Like
Roll insight.
Yoak, I'm rolling insight. Yoak doesn't. Yoak knows wizards can contact non-wizards from the stories because the story a hero is always contacted by a wizard, someone, and they're not a wizard, and stories are true because that's Yoak's frame of reference is these stories. Insight 18.
She does not have a way
Insight
of
close.
contacting your family.
She's a shitty wizard then. She's a bad wizard. Sending is a third level spell. She's a bad wizard. This is Matt saying this, not Yoak. Well, she's a very good liar. Um, he nods. I know you've said that, but there must be other ways. Messengers, birds, ways that will not reveal themselves to other people. I don't know anything about the world that we live in, Yaskar. I'm from a small farm in the corner of the world. I will be honest with you. If you help me make contact, send parcel and message to my family, if there's anything you can do.
Says, you could have paid a courier at any time. Wrote a letter.
How much does that cost? I have not much silver on me.
With my name, a silver or two.
And it will be secretive.
She nods. With my name.
You promise. You swear. Does she say? She nods?
She doesn't. Yeah, and she doesn't. She doesn't say anything.
He he sticks out his pinky finger. It's a pinky swear, fairy swear. He sticks out his pinky finger. And like holds it up to her. I promise to tell you what happened if you promise to me that it will not cause my family danger. Either you knowing or me sending message there through non-magical means. He's holding out his pinky finger.
She doesn't move. She says, I cannot promise that sending a message will not be dangerous to them. I do not know what you've done. I do not know why people look for you. It could be that a message bearing your name, knowledge of where you are and who you are, could be dangerous to them. It could also not be. You may have bedded some farmer's daughter and had to run. You may have killed people.
He he summons that firebolt in his hand, and then he summons this firebolt in his hand. I was in market with my father, with my da, and he was haggling with Hoskar, the merchant. He is in charge of. It doesn't matter. He was haggling, and things got heated, and I got upset, and then before I knew it, everything was on fire, and he summons the firebolt. The whole town, I think Hoskar was incinerated. I didn't see much else. I think my father's dead. My father's dead. I killed my father. And then I ran. And I eventually then killed another man. And another. And caused lots of other death. Yaska? And that is why I am running. So
Where?
in north in Erden, and then again in Woodend. Though I don't think you'll know where that is.
It says,
Along the tree line in the plains, up by
Says,
Tulsabad Forest.
well, in some regard, we are lucky. If this had happened in a more traveled area, then there would probably be people hunting. But a town like Woodend or Erden, she looks at you, and then I think you see a decision not to to not to pull the punch. She says, "They are unimportant places. Places at the end of our world. Places town does not go to or from readily. You are, if not safe, you are safe enough here."
Yeah, so she says not important. That annoys him quite a bit. He shakes his head. No, no, you don't understand. Woodend is important. My family lives there. All my friends, all of my brothers and sisters' friends. That's our whole world.
She
Don't say it's
nods.
not important.
She says,
It's not
"It
true.
is important to you," which is not the same thing as important to the world. Places that are important to the world, news travels. Places that are important to just you, it does not.
He shakes his head like that aside, that doesn't matter. You don't understand anyway. I don't care about myself being safe. That I can look after myself, I think. Kalia will help me. Maybe you. And he maybe you. I don't think I've made my mind up about you yet. Um, maybe you're just trying to eat my soul or something. You are a dragon. Um, I care about and I'm worried about my family's safety. Magic isn't a thing in Woodend. We don't magic doesn't touch us. But I hurt a lot of people and I'm worried about my family. I'm protecting my family.
What? From
The
you?
from me, from everything, from the anger of the townspeople, from the
He,
world.
she shrugs. I cannot tell you how a small village like Woodend would react to something like this. They are generally superstitious folk. Magic is seen as a evil and corrupting force. I have been in many places like it. I cannot tell you whether your family are safe. I do not know.
Can I roll something? Yoke thinking about this in this moment. What's a good roll for like how well he thinks they're like? What was the reaction in the aftermath of that? I don't think. I think all of those towns along the Colsabad Forest. I think all of them are like. I don't think magic's as vilified as it is in the rest of like more isolated communities, just because there's this magic forest right across the way. The magic forest is cursed, but curses are like, that can mean a lot of different things. But like people have like made deals with like there's this whole like subculture there around like fairies and fairy magic and that kind of thing. So I don't think it's as straight vilified. It's like an older place with like older like traditions and that like whatnot. But what do you think an appropriate role would be for him to try to figure out what that looks like? What does he think the aftermath is?
History?
Yeah, I was thinking history or insight. Yeah, they're both the same though, so it doesn't matter. Okay, never mind. It's a 4.
Yoke does not know.
Um, can Yoke write yet? I assume not.
Crudely.
If he took his
With
time on a letter, could he like make it look not like? Could it be legible?
if he would allow Yaskia to help, yeah.
Okay, so I think I think he will ask her help to write a letter.
Okay. What do you write?
So, yeah, it's like, dear his little sister's name. Um, I don't know what that is yet, but we can figure that comes up
We
later.
can just have general broad strokes.
Yeah. So he like says, dear sister, like dearest sister's name, and then and to the rest of my family. And yeah, my dearest sister and my family. Um, like yeah, the general vibe of the letter is I'm sorry for everything that I've done, all the like chaos that happened. I didn't mean for it to happen, and I've gone somewhere now to make sure I won't hurt people like that again. Um, there's a bit in there about his dad and like how he is incredibly distraught over the fact that he has murdered his dad. He probably doesn't use the word murder, but like has killed his dad. He's very like sorrowful over that. Um, and something in there like about I've given a present. There's this present. The parcel attached is a present for sister's name for her upcoming birthday, which is like I don't know when that is, but
Sure.
like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a birthday present for her.
All right.
And under that, it's like we don't have many things for just ourselves, and this is something that is just yours. And then I think he signs it Love Yoke, which
Yeah,
is where he fucks up because
yeah,
he's still in this field of truth, and
yeah.
that's where everything goes wrong.
She like you write and she's helping you. Um and you write like love yoke. And she uh like I think you write it and like you realize and you look up and she's just looking at you. And and then she says, okay, Coulter, if you give me the silver, I'll find a fast courier. Get this sent.
Yeah, he looks at her, looks down back at the name that he signed, looks back at her. I I did shrug when you asked me. It wasn't technically a lie.
He
From a
says,
certain point of view.
if culture makes you more comfortable here, you will continue to use it.
Okay. Yoak doesn't start crying. Um, um, he looks like maybe he's like he's holding back tears of like, oh, thank you, Jesus Christ, thank you for being cool about this. He doesn't. He stops and he manages to not cry. Uh, yeah, he nods. Thank you, Yeska. It it does. It does help. Um, yeah, and then he'll like nod and hand her the little letter, and I think the parcel as well with the other scarf in it.
She will
That's
take care of that for you.
how much silver is that?
2 silver.
Dude, breaking down my gold into silver has made me feel a lot richer than I am.
All right. Sweet.
I think there's also a part that is specifically addressed to his like insert sister's name, like his the oldest of his sisters, who is like 9 months younger than what him, because farm people just have millions of kids. Um, I think there's a bit in there like about Kalia. It doesn't mention her by name. Um, it's just like there's this like I found someone who is like reminds me of you, um, and that I'm gonna try to look after, but she'll probably end up doing more of the looking after like you did with me. Um, yeah, and I think that's the letter in general.
Okay, cool. So we cut forward from there to, I would say, we're probably like roughly 3 months into the into this.
Oh,
And
sorry. Is Yoke able to get Kalia lessons? Like, can she read and write? Sorry, I completely forgot about this. I've just looked at our like little list of things. Is she able to read and write? How educated is she? Because
she
Yoke's
can
like,
read them.
okay,
She is
um,
more educated than Yoke.
sure, um, okay, yeah, he'll offer to like teach her or share with the books with her that he's been given that isn't like literacy and just isn't just straight literacy.
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
so if she can like gain an education partly as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
continue though. Yeah.
yes, we probably skip forward. We're maybe 3 months in, um, and Yeska says we're kind of coming to the close, and she says, "I have been. I have mentioned over the last weeks that my duties require me to leave Bivouac for a while. This happens about every 3 months, and I am generally gone for a month. I'm generally gone for a week. In that time, I have some things I want you to take care of, some errands and other tasks in and around Riverack and a few within the tower. I would ask you keep only to the areas the task require of you. And know there is magic that will tell me if you step otherwise. and she hands you like a list of tasks. They're all fairly like mundane and like time consuming stuff. Um, they're probably still like, Yoke looks at it and kind of judges how long he thinks the things will take him. And it is definitely an easier week, like a shorter week than um, like a normal week would be for him. Um, but yeah, there's this list of like menial, time consuming tasks for him to take care of over the next week.
Does anything on the list look more interesting than anything else?
Uh, I don't think so. There's all like, take this to these people, collect this from here and return it to the spire. Um, like yeah, it's all like grunt work. It's all errand running. And
Will I be paid for being your assistant
she
in silver or gold?
she looks at you and says, "You are being paid." Muted.
An allowance is different than paid work, is it not? This is work, and work is generally compensated for.
She says, "And study is usually paid for."
He like, yeah, okay, sure. Then perhaps I could have more access of the tower. Nothing beyond my level, but there are there is a library that I would like to explore more. My reading has come along quite substantially, and even if I just spend time in the library tower, and I'm sure there are other experts in the tower. Has he seen people like walking about as he walks in?
So I think Yoke has seen like the occasional visitor come by, which Yaskier has kind of gone off with every now and then um, to you know, talk through uh, things and then returned. But no, I think there's definitely a lot less activity here than I think Yoke expects.
Okay, so Yoke gets the impression that this isn't this is her tower that like, and it's
Yeah,
not a shared tower. Okay.
yeah.
Um, if I could get more access to the tower and the resources within, and if um, and I don't know what goes on in the other towers, but if there's someone who knows about languages and is versed in that, uh, uh, if you could show me to the way to them, I would be more than glad to take care of these errands for you. I just don't want
She
to miss out on the opportunities of learning before me.
says, um, I have given you your tasks and I have set the boundaries. Do not test them here. Or
Is the
culture.
library
Should
within
say
the
culture.
is the library within the boundaries?
No. Muted.
If I cannot use the library, Yaskar the Wise, oh Yaskar the Wise, how am I meant to continue my studying
She
while you are
says,
away?
you have the books you have. Do not push. We will make there in time.
I read these books quite fast. I am worried that I will run out before the week is done.
She smiles at you and like, pulls her kind of pack onto her back and like start walking towards the door. And she says, "Then my advice is to take some time to relax." And she opens the door and walks out of the tower.
What's in this room, Liam?
So this is just kind of the like. It's the area you've been using for the most part for your studies. There is like a series of desks and shelves. There are like vials and potions. Um, the kind of books you're currently using, so you've taken a collection of them out of the library into this room. Um, and then I think you see like a number of the things in here are like labeled. Um, and when kind of Yoga looks at the list, he's like, "Oh yeah, that's this thing to take to this person at this point."
Yeah, Yoke Yoke sighs, and is she leaving tonight or tomorrow?
Yep, she's leaving.
She's going like right now.
Yep,
Okay. Is there anything on the list for today?
there isn't like the I guess the things to like drop off are probably listed under like given a date, but everything else is just kind of like here are your things.
Have we finished at normal time, or is there time before we finish?
No, this is
Like
probably
normal time.
like yeah, fairly normal.
Is tonight a night Kalia would be working at the tavern?
Roll me a d20.
12.
No, she isn't.
If the lucky was in my favor, then yes, she would be.
Then she is.
Okay. um, yeah, Yoke wants to take some time. Oh, give me a second before the dog chases the cat. Cat has to be moved from desk to bed, otherwise dog goes crazy. Yeah, so Yoke wants to take some time, like, to figure out the most efficient way to do all these tasks so that like he might have a longer couple, like there might be longer days, but then he'll have more free time on other days.
Yeah,
It just wants to figure out the most efficient way to do everything here to give him the most
absolutely.
amount of free time.
Yeah, it's like I said, this is definitely like it is a lighter, this probably significantly lighter week than like a standard week of study would be. And the tasks on here, there aren't many, but they are fairly, it's like one of these locations will be like on the other end of South Riverack that I need to go to get this thing to bring it back here. And like it's menial but kind of time consuming work. But you can, a normal week for most weeks for yoga, probably 6 8 weeks. You can probably fairly easily get this done in 3.
Oh yeah, okay. Yoke's gonna pump it the first 3 days and just like get everything done, and then have a what a really long
Absolutely,
weekend.
yeah,
Yeah, like a what a
4
4 day
day
long
weekend.
weekend,
Yeah.
which he'll be doing. He'll do stuff in that time. Yeah.
So what? So the kind of follow up is, does Yoke kind of push the bounds of
He
the like
tries to he
prescribed
tries
areas?
he tries to open the door to the library.
Uh,
um,
it it opens.
has he been in the library before?
Yep.
He pokes his head and looks inside. Maybe I think he casts he casts light and holds the light up above his head to illuminate the interior. He's not actually going in. He's just looking inside.
Yeah, I mean, you see the library, and it's dark, but you're casting light.
So it's illuminated. He like stands there for like 5 minutes, like thinking really hard, and then like just to the air around him, he says, "I didn't actually go in. I was just looking," and then closes the door and like gets rid of light. And then I think he goes home with like a bunch of the stuff that he needs to like deliver elsewhere. And if he
Sweet.
can do that on his way, like he'll start delivering stuff now because he knows like Kalia's not waiting for him, or
Yeah, cool.
so he'll get him. He wants to get home before she would normally get home, but he'll just do as much of that stuff as he can now.
Yep. Yeah, you can. Yeah. So you kind of power on and get through all the stuff done, and it leaves you with kind of 4 days off. Um, is there anything Yoke is trying to do in this time?
One Yoke would like to go. Is it easy to get out of the city?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a forest nearby or like a wooded
Uh,
area?
yeah. I mean that
Yeah, there
the
is.
to the
Yeah.
like off the edge of this kind of steep hillside. Is the kind of woods.
So I think on one of the days he'd like to go hunting with Kalia on like a day that she hasn't got to be at work or anything.
Okay,
Like go
sure.
hunting in the woods.
Do you want to roll me a survival, and we'll just kind of see how well that goes?
Yeah, I think probably in these form of these 3 months, they have gone down to the woods before as just like going on walks or whatever.
Sure.
Um, not but so he's like familiarizing himself with the woods. Um, from Outlander, I get my thing is I can like just find food. Um, can that give me advantage here on like this hunting stuff? Cool. I'll use lucky. It's 10. Gross.
Okay.
Yeah, so
You
they go on the hunting trip and they go deeper into the woods than they have before, and yeah, just exploring, I guess, generally, and go hunting
see.
for some game on like one of the days.
All right. So the this kind of pattern continues. Um, it's fairly unbroken every 3 or so months. And yeah,
Totally other stuff I want to do in that 4 days.
yeah,
Is there a library or a book repository in town somewhere?
there would absolutely be a shop. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to go and see if he just wants to read or look at the books without buying because he can't afford books. He wants to see if he can make a deal with the shopkeeper, like he gets to read some of the books. If like he'll work for the shopkeeper and then he gets to like read books or something, or like some kind of deal.
Um, I think pretty much like he would absolutely accept you working there. For like the ability to just like read some of these books when you're not. Um, it would be like a kind of longer term like agreement. This wouldn't be like a one and done. You work for him once and you can read a book.
How much time would that take?
I think it would like on a cost thing. I think it would be like the lowest spend of job.
Is he allowed to take books with him home, like and bring them back? And he has to read them at the shop.
Yeah, this guy does not
What
trust you
can I?
that much.
What can I? As I do this for a longer period of time, can I get more trust with that and be able to take books home?
You can spend more points, and that would allow you to do it.
Um, 3 points.
Roll me a d20 on on a fail, on a luck check. On a fail, it would be 3. Oh, sorry, on a fail, it would be 4. On a succeed, it would be 3.
4.
No, 4.
I have hardly any points to spend. I can't do that.
So you can just do the 2 and, use it whilst it's there.
What can I get out of that? Like, is there anything I'm going to be able to get out of being able to do that? Like, read these like extra books? Like, what kind of books are there?
I think there's all sorts. I would probably allow you to uh, either like just take a new language from it, or decrease the cost of relevant proficiency by 2.
One or the other.
Or reduce magical education to 1 instead of 2.
Okay. I'll spend 2 points on that. I'm gonna him. So I've spent 3 points.
Yep.
1 on mundane education, and 2 on getting to work at the bookstore.
Yep.
Am I able to get any pay from the bookstore?
Not if you want access to the books. Not anything considerable enough to like mention. You might get like a every now and then he chuck you like a couple coins for a particularly good day, but what that actually comes down to in the long run.
Wait. Okay, I'm looking at this mechanically. It costs 2 for magical education. I'd be spending 3 to get magical education this way. That doesn't make any sense.
Or you could take the language to reduce proficiency to 1. And find
again.
another way to. Or you could take a new language, so spend the 2 points, get a new language flavored like this, or reduce the cost of relevant proficiency to 1. And just find another source to reduce magical education.
Yoak wants to try to figure out what the most common language is besides common. He might ask Yaskar one day, or yeah, what's the most common language?
I think it's probably either Elvish or Dwarven or Elvish.
Oh god. How much would a proficiency? I know I'm dragging my feet on this. I told you this would happen though. How much would a proficiency? How much would that be reduced to? What cost would that reduce it to?
The 1.
Oh god, it's a proficiency. What do I have? Arcane. It would be what? History. History would make sense.
Chef's tools.
Chef's tools. Surely I get that from just cooking every night anyway, right?
You haven't been doing too well. You've been relying on your magic as opposed to your natural.
No, okay, that 5 or 6, whatever I rolled. That was the first time I've rolled bad on that. The previous times I've done it, I've rolled really well. No, I'm not going to get chef's tools, Liam. I'll get that later. And so history would make sense.
Yep.
I think medicine would make sense.
Yep. Yeah, I'd give you medicine.
Religion would 100% make sense.
Yep.
Insight doesn't make sense. Does intimidation make sense? No, that doesn't make sense.
No.
History. So that would be what? 2 for getting to use the shop, and then 1 for a proficiency, so 3. So I'd have spent 5.
Yep.
How much do things cost? Give me a second here. 10 for that, so I'm down to 14, and then 6 for that. Yeah, okay. I'll spend on the. I'll do the book thing, and I'll take history as a proficiency.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, I guess whilst Matt's doing that, so kind of know what we're looking at on our side, because aware that probably won't be on screen anyway. I have given Matt a table of things that Yoak can get out of these last 2 years. He has 24 points to spend, and everything like within this costs like certain amounts. And the he essentially at the end or at certain points there'll be kind of a call to decide on what's being spent where, and so far the mundane education has cost 1. The bookshop work has been 2. History profession for an extra 1. And Matt, I'll be kind and say we can reduce the magical education to 1 as well from this bookshop
Oh,
work.
really? Thank you. You're trying to get me back on your good side, so I stop asking you for names, aren't you?
All right. So Yoke's life kind of continues like this for a little while. You're muted if you just tried to say
Yeah, no, I
something.
know. There are things that I have to do, Liam. Stop trying to. Stop trying to. I've got 4 days here. 4 full days. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so we've been here 3 months. Okay, I've got questions for you, dude. Told you we were gonna get in the weeds of this. What? Can I know like Kalia's stats?
Uh,
Does she have proficiency in thieves' tools? Is what I want to know specifically.
yes.
Okay, cool. Um, I imagine that her thieves' toolkit isn't that nice. It's like put together and it's like functional, but it's not like a really nice set of thieves' tools.
I don't know that you've ever seen them.
Okay. But Yoke knows that she's proficient in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he wants to like. This isn't a full time job, but like over the next year or whatever, from like day 1 to like however long it takes to get it done, he wants to put together like a nice set of these tools for her. And like he'll give that to her like on we're in February. We start in February, so he'll give that to her like on her birthday, quote unquote birthday, in the new year. Um, of just like yeah, a nice set of thieves tools, like a nice bag, the like pack or whatever it is that goes with that. Like the nice things. Like finding like yeah, acquiring these bits instead of just buying one for the purchase price. He wants to be able to put one together.
How are you acquiring these items? What is Yoke doing? He's not buying them.
Yeah. It's not stealing anything. Um, I think he's going around like making deals with people. Like, I will do you this favor if you can make me this like piece of metal ornament. Like, just going around and making a bunch of like. He grew up in a trade barter system, right? He is trading services for goods. Just like little odd jobs, like one-off things for like, oh, you can make this nice bag. I'll go into the forest and bring you a bunch of like rabbits or something to eat, or like a deer, or like whatever that is. Like all these just little odd jobs. Like he's a laborer. He can read and like take notes. He can like transcribe things. So he'll just do whatever he can to like all these little odd jobs to put together this kit.
Yeah, sure, you can do that.
And then the last thing for these 4 days that he wants to do is he wants to see if he can find someone in town who knows a lot about history or language. His goal is to like learn more about Ymir no Tusk, and or like specifically his like Ymir's people. And he has a third. He has 3 letters from Ymir, 2 that he could read, and then 1 that he couldn't. And he'd like to identify that on one of these
Cool.
days off.
Um, I just don't think you come up like people can tell you shit about orcs, but I don't think you come up against anyone without a kind of longer, more drawn out search, which will cost points. I don't think you come up against anyone who can read or translate this like thing for you. One moment, I'm gonna do the thing where I disappear for a second and you vamp.
Okay. I want to. Oh God. It's me, and then why is the? Oh, I know what I was trying to do. There's a. Okay, I'm gonna show the point system if I can figure out how to share, and then I can. It's in a Google Doc. Anyone with link, and then as a viewer, I'll copy the link and I'll put it in here. Let's see how this works. There we go. So there's these 2 years of study. How far in can I zoom in on that? Ooh, there we go. That's all right, I think. Yeah, that's fine. So we've got these 2 years of study. I have 24 points to spend. There's been a lot of arguments between Liam and myself over this. I'm not going to bother fixing the cameras because that will be fixed in a second. There's been a lot of arguments between Liam and myself on this. I've spent 4 points already. One for like mundane education, which is learning to read and write, history, culture, so like all of that. Just like I guess it's not. Yeah, it's mundane, but it's like a good education. He's got a regular education. Bookshop is one of the options on here, but he's. I actually it is. It's down here. Get a job. I don't have enough points to get a real job. Liam didn't give me enough. So Yoak got a job at a bookshop, and then took history proficiency, which is 4, all in all. Proficiency costs 3. That it went down to 1. I think Liam said that magic education was going to be reduced to, I think. If not, that's fine because Yoke will just get Yaskar to teach him anyway. If she doesn't, look, she doesn't want to give him books. He's going to find books on his own. Oh, these cams are really scuffed. Is why I don't like using Discord for this kind of thing. That's fine. Other than there's a whole bunch of stuff on this list. Most of it I can't afford. I wish I could. There's a bunch of cool stuff on the list that is just like story bits, but it costs too much. I only have a certain amount of points. And there are things I'm going to add here. The things I want. So the main one is wild magic. So wow, I don't know why I'm able to edit this. I shouldn't be able to edit this on this page, but that's fine. Wild magic reroll, which costs 10. So we'll go going to spend, which is 10. Wild magic reroll, and then there's the signet ring we have. So signet ring, and I think that costs. Signet ring. Yeah, 6, but I think that's meant to be 5. I think Liam said that was 5. So we'll do 6 parentheses 5, which is either 16/15, which doesn't leave me with a whole bunch. Oh, hi Liam, you're back. Was the signet ring 5 or 6? I forget. I think you said 5, or I'm not sure.
6, for sure.
6? Okay.
It was the same as the towers, but then I split the towers in 2 and made them 3 each.
Yeah, so I've spent 4 to do the wild magic is 16. Takes me to 14, and the signet ring takes me to 20. So I've got 4 points left, which isn't a whole bunch. Liam said there were ways I could maybe get more points though, so we'll see. So yeah, I can't find anything about Ymir. About like,
no, I don't think. Well, definitely nothing about Ymir specifically.
No, not his, but like his where he might have come from. Am I at least able to identify the second or the third letter?
I don't think anyone knows. It's not a language that anyone around here recognizes.
Not even the bookkeeper? Or
nope.
the bookstore? What Yaska, she wouldn't know either.
She does not. No.
Okay. I guess they can't even identify the language. Damn. Okay.
No. So that tells you something, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. They identify like the root language? Like Dwarven is the root languages of a like the written form is the root language of a bunch of different languages. I think so is Elven or Sylvan maybe. But there are languages that are the like I think Dwarf is like the root language for a bunch of different like elemental languages. I think, or Giant and like Orc and that. And yeah. So can anyone tell me the root language, even if they can't tell me the language itself?
I do not think so.
Wild. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That tells me some stuff. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's anything specifically else. I think it's just hanging out with Kalia, seeing how she's doing on her like how's she doing. Like she was interested in like getting contacts and like finding secrets and all of that. Like how is she going with that course over like the first 3 months and then I guess further onwards. Yeah, just keeping tabs on her, making dinner,
Can
going
you
into the woods
roll
and
me
hunting.
an
Oh yes,
insight?
I can. 12. Not bad for Yoak.
Yeah, I mean she says that the like work at the tavern is going fairly well. That she's met a few people, she knows a few names, and but not much. I don't think she tells you much has kind of been happening.
Okay, I think yeah, he's generally keeping tabs on like how she's doing, what she's up to, and like generally talking
Sure.
about his stuff as well. And yeah, I think they go into the woods fairly regularly just for walks, and then when Yaskar disappears, they do like little hunting trips.
Yeah, so I think it's probably like this kind of routine continues for a while. And I think it's probably before Yaskier goes away for like the second time, so after the first, before the second. And you get home like one night. Kalia is home, and as you walk through the door, she kind of perks up and says, um, she says hello and greets you as normally does, um, and then kind of I imagine you fall into sort of a routine with kind of when you get home, kind of sort of shit you do. She before you like go and get changed or start cooking, whatever you do, before that process starts, she says, "What's in the other two towers?"
Yeah, Yoke shrugs as he like takes his backpack off and puts it against the like a wall somewhere in the corner. He shrugs. Not too sure. Yaskar has been very secretive. She has a lot of secrets. I have been curious though. Why do you ask?
She says, "Oh, just I'm just thinking about it. Do you want me inside?"
What about a nat 20?
Man, and yeah, I mean, there's definitely she wasn't just it didn't just randomly come up. She's either been thinking about this for like some time, or something has happened to like bring this into her mind. And she says, "You've never been in them?"
Have I been allowed anywhere besides the study room at this point?
No. Ever anywhere else within the tower? Anywhere else within the tower you've gone? You have gone to the place. Like there's probably like an alchemy lab or something like that you've gone to and done some things. There's the library that you've gone into and under kind of the direction of Yaskir and grabbed things. But not nothing like, you haven't been given free access to this at all. Yaskir is fairly restrictive. And in kind of your movement, you've definitely not gone into any of the other towers. I don't even know if you've seen anyone come and go from the other towers. It's not that strange. I don't think you can see like the entrance of the other towers from the room you've been spending a lot of your time in. So there might have been people coming and going, but I don't think you've ever heard anything from inside the towers. I maybe at some point you had brought them up to Yaskir, and she would have probably just told you they were unused. There were once other kind of wizards here, but she's the only one currently, and they're just not. They're empty.
Yeah, he shrugs. Eska said they're empty, but I don't know. She's very restrictive of where I'm allowed to go on my own. And she has a lot of secrets. Why, have you heard anything about the towers? You get out more than I do.
Says, what if I could get us inside?
It sounds like a very bad idea. It also sounds like something the both of us would do. And I'm not quite sure what that means. How would you get us inside of the magical towers with no entrance?
He says, they have an entrance. They have to have an entrance. Everywhere has an entrance. What if I knew some people who think they could get inside and we could go with them?
Do these people want to rob the towers?
Does it matter?
Yes. She's a very powerful wizard who would be angry if we stole things from her.
You just said they were empty. That they
She
aren't
said they.
hers.
I don't think Yaskar will see it like that. She's a very protective person of her secrets. And she would probably consider the towers hers. She's also has magical means of knowing if someone has gone somewhere and entered a place they shouldn't. She's told me as much, on the days that the times that she isn't in town. She has told me not to enter places, and if I do, she will know. Which I believe she's a very powerful wizard. Do your friends have any opinion of that?
She says, they think they can get inside. That all they need is, G kind of looks at you, someone with an idea of where to go once they did.
Does does Yoak have any idea of where they would go? like,
No, but
he,
you've been inside one tower. From the outside, they're the same.
roll insight for her. 14 deception. She doesn't notice. Maybe the audience on the camera does notice. Like, he is slightly hurt by the fact that it seems like he's just being used here to get inside. But she doesn't notice that. What if we are caught by Yaska, the very powerful wizard?
Aren't you interested?
Well, of course I'm interested. I'm interested about everything, but sometimes the risk outweighs the. What if the towers are just empty, really, truly just empty, and we get caught, and Yaska gets angry and kicks us out, or worse? What if she imprisons us in a magical mirror for 1,000 years? I think Yoak's just finished reading a book about a wizard who imprisons someone in a magical mirror for 1,000 years.
Yeah. She says, I've heard she isn't even a wizard. That she can't even cast spells. You know this is like you've seen her cast spells.
And he shakes his head. She is definitely a wizard. She can definitely cast spells, at the very least. I've seen it. I can feel it. And he says that, and he's not sure about like if that's the right word to use. She has on multiple occasions used her magic to compel me to tell the truth. I said things that I didn't even want to say. And I know she can do far more than that. She's definitely a wizard, or powerful with magic, at the very least.
Okay. If you don't think it's a good idea.
Well, I definitely think it's a bad idea. I didn't say we shouldn't do it. If it's something that you really want to do and you think it will be safe for us, especially you, then we can give it a try. But it should be when Yaskar isn't in town. She's going to be leaving again in a few weeks for her trips. And we'll have a week where she isn't around. That would be best.
We have to take some time to plan, to figure out what we're doing. If you don't have that time, I understand. And this is the point where I ask you if you're spending 3 points.
3? Yeah, okay. So the question I have is, will this count towards the spending time with her?
Anything you do will contribute towards the like sliding scale of your relationship with Kalia. The like, so the like ability to spend points on it is like, okay, we've hit the end. You want to go for the reroll. You don't think you've spent enough. This is the catch up. This is the like retroactive. I am spending points to spend extra time, right? There is the chance that you make it all the way through this, you don't need to spend it, and you're at max relationship. And there's also like, you don't have to go for the second law. So if you're not going for that, it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, I'll spend the 3 and investigate the tower.
Okay. This is also the point where if you only wanted to do one of the three, right? There's kind of the thing. I broke it down into three individuals, being tower, guests, or trips away. If either of the other two are more interesting, you could propose them instead of the tower. Or if you're planning to do multiple of them, we can do this
Oh,
now
I
and you check
only
the
have
one
1
later.
point. I have one
Like,
point left.
yeah.
No, I can't do anything.
So if you know guests or trips away is more interesting than tower, you could suggest those and they'll take precedent instead.
Guest is just the random people that visit her, right?
Yeah, so it's every now and then like she doesn't get a there aren't a lot of other people who come through this tower. But you do every now and then there will be an individual. Um, Sometimes it looks pretty mundane. Like sometimes it's like, oh yeah, you're that person I saw on the street, and like, oh, last time she was away, I had to drop you off this thing, right? Um, but other times there have been guests that she's gone, okay, stay here for a bit, Yoke. I'm gonna go into the next room and you know deal with this. Um, and then yeah, obviously her trips away. Her trips away.
No, I mean, yeah, we'll just do the tower, I guess.
All right.
I forgot to mention, but during this whole time as well, and we can do scenes about this later. There's like a chalkboard up in the living room of all the connections to do with the signet ring that they've managed to find.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, sure. And so you, um, she nods. She says, "Okay, I'll. Can you get me an idea of what the inside of this looks like? A map, or just something so we know what we're walking into."
Does he have a bit of scrap paper?
Yeah, probably.
I think yeah, he just like draws out what he thinks the towers will look like inside, which I imagine is just what the tower looks like generally.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Um, she takes it. She says, "Thank you. I'll speak to the people I know, and you'll probably have to come out one night, speak to them too, and then we'll make a plan. Figure out when."
Have you
You said
told
when
them
she goes away.
when she goes away? She'll go away, and Kalia would know she goes away because Yoke has more free
Yeah.
time. Like that, she would just know that. Yeah, whenever that is next in a few weeks or whatever.
Okay.
Um,
See,
do your friends do they know about me?
they know I live with someone called Coulter who's been inside the central tower. They don't know much more than that.
He frowns. Clearly doesn't like that fact. I think that's he can't hide that he doesn't like that. Um, are they trustworthy? If everything goes wrong, will they attempt to pin it on the two of us, or me, or you?
Says, roll me a persuasion.
With advantage?
I know.
15.
She looks as if she's about to say something, and then stops herself. She says, There's a lot going on here that I don't think you see. Yaskir is powerful. I'm sure she is. But there are others in this town, in the city, who are more so. These people I found, I trust.
He nods. Can I roll insight into that, actually? Can I roll?
Sure.
It won't go well. 13, actually, way better. Like, 10 more than I thought it would be.
She seems genuine.
Okay. Does it seem like she's holding anything from me?
Yeah, I mean, she went to say something and then stopped herself and then said that she trusted these people.
What else is there, Kalia? There's something that you're. I don't know. But there's more, isn't there?
Roll. No, I think we'll use the 13. And I think Yoke realizes that if she was going to say it, she would have. And the pushing is not going to get
Okay.
her to say anything.
Um, roll insight then to beat a 16.
Oh, so
15.
close.
He, he he's just a very good liar. He's very
Apparently,
good at
yeah.
lying, like just concealing how he feels to her. He nods. He is sad that she doesn't trust him. She doesn't notice that, or doesn't trust him enough, or like for some reason she won't tell him this thing, and he's sad because of that. But he doesn't. That doesn't make it anywhere besides his head. Um, he nods. Just make sure you're being safe, okay? Make sure it doesn't connect back to you. Or I guess me either, but mostly you. Yeah, I think that's all he says. Goes back to cooking dinner. I'm gonna roll for dinner. Tastes great still. It's these ingredients, man. They're not fresh from they're not fresh.
Yeah.
It's like he's used to cooking with like fresh, like off the
Yeah.
farm, and
Yeah.
it's not that.
It's definitely not.
The survival meals that he's been making, just, like they work, but they're not good. They'd like there's
No.
like even the prestidigitation can't do much to make them tasty, and he's really like he's trying to make these things good.
it's really getting to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's everything from that scene.
Okay. So I think we
Oh, I
cut
need to
to,
level up as a sorcerer.
did you not do
I
that?
need No, I didn't do that. I took the spell I was going to take, but I never did the so level 2 sorcerer. Roll d6 for HP, I guess. 5. God damn.
Rolling's always the way.
It's not. That's just bad.
Always.
Mechanically,
100%.
statistically, it's not.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I've still got Wild Surge Fireball still just destroys me. Yeah, okay, that's
21.
all. Yeah,
Um,
HP is just terrible.
all right. So we see kind of more kind of flashes of like Yasuke teaching, and I think we get another kind of cut to a different time. I don't know if it's concurrent with what we've seen before, um, but what's your plan on finding out about this signet ring?
Um, Yeah, I mean, he would explicitly work with her. She's more that's her world more so than it is his world. Um, so he would like plan with her and seeing what they can do. I think one of the things he might do is with his like access to books, like finding a book of like heraldry or sigils or something like that in
Yep.
the bookshop, like connecting it with that, giving her that information. Maybe she can like through her web of contacts that she's developing, like learn more about it that way. He's like very on the research end of things, like
Yeah.
with all of
Yep.
his available resources, just any literature or anything about that he can find, and then like copying those pages into like his book, and then that goes up on the chalkboard with like the
Okay.
bits of red string connecting everything. And
Sick.
then whatever Kalia can do on her end, I don't like. She's a rogue, so there's a lot that she can do there that is
Yeah. So I think one day you're like you get back or actually I think it's probably on like it's market day again. It's on his day off in a week.
I guess he picks up his scarf at some point as well, and he has the
Yeah,
purple scarf.
yeah, sweet.
He's had that most of the
Um,
time, yeah.
you you I think it was a night she was working. She got home late the night before. I don't think you spoke that night. Um, you wake up the next morning and she's like waiting for you in kind of the common like living area. Um, and she says, "I no, actually, okay. I think we'll play it this way." She says, "Do you want to go to the market again today?"
I think Yoke looks up from this book of like sigils and like house names that is like very. No, he doesn't because that's he'd locked in the bookstore. He looks up from one of his books. I'm assuming he has several books that are his now. None of them are nice. They're all bad
Yeah,
quality, but they're
yeah.
like full of shit. Like they're like maybe this is the first time we see it. So like he's sitting at the table and there's like four books in front of him that are like all his books, and then like six or like however many Yaskar has let him take, and they're all in front of the table as well on the table. The his specific books that is all of his notes is like overfilled because he has stuck extra
Mm,
pages into them where necessary. Um, just like random notes that oh this connects to that thing so that has to go. Very hectic books with a like structure of information that only he could possibly understand.
yeah,
It
cool.
makes no like it's just random shit everywhere. And so he's like got these yeah, he's got one book open and it's like I think he uses Prested like he will use prestidigitation to copy the page of a book into his book and then like trace over the lines
Yeah,
for
sick.
like heraldry. Like I think when it's just writing, he just writes. But when it's specific images or whatever, he'll
Yeah.
use because you can with prestidigitation, he'll use that to like accurately copy it. So there's like he's looking at a page with like the image of that signet ring, um, and like the house, like a bunch of it, like just random information about that house.
Mm.
And he looks up to her and he shrugs, not having gotten any more information out of that today, and has added that to the uh, the chalkboard, the corkboard with the red strings tying
Hell
everything
yeah.
together. He nods, and yeah, they I guess head to the market.
Yeah, you head north, and you cross the bridge and you make it into this kind of same sort of like open square, and uh, we see how this works. We see the scene kind of before us. You have this kind of big central like church-like building in the middle. You have the to the kind of south side of this map. You have the kind of um, open-sided like kind of areas where all the stalls and stuff can be set up in. And then you have kind of the shop fronts either side. Um, I think Yoak and Kalia probably enter from around here somewhere. And like from the book before him, the sigil that's on the ring, that was on the page we were looking at before, we see emblazoned on the cloak of a plated figure who is standing before the doors of the church. The cloak, I think, a bit of wind kicks up, and this like blue, like dark blue cloak flutters in the wind. And for a moment, the camera and Yoak and Kalia get a very clear image of the sigil, the heraldry, like emblazoned on this cloak. What do you do?
We both see it, right?
Yeah.
Is the guy facing outwards, facing us?
So he's so it's I think you see I'm assuming you can see them on the map. But this guy
here?
this guy here.
Oh, over there. Okay.
So standing kind of before the church, speaking to like two like hooded figures. One of the kind of hooded figures is very clearly a cleric of some sort. He has the kind of holy symbol emblazoned on the white hood. The other figure is wearing kind of blue gray robes, and there are kind of just town guard around. So all of these figures are just the people you'd recognize as town guards. But I don't think Yoke has ever, or at least in his time here, has seen a figure in kind of like full head to toe plate.
Yeah, no. Well, he's never
His
seen it, of course.
the helmet, like the helmet is off, clasped under one arm, and they're a like chiseled jawline, um, like traditional, like Henry Cavill esque, like traditionally attractive,
just a gorgeous
knight
man,
in shining
just
armor.
one of the most attractive men to ever live stands before me.
Yeah, yeah, like 18 strength, chiseled, yeah. Helmet clasped under one arm, this cloak with the sigil emblazoned on it, kind of blowing in the wind behind him.
What about the magic man next to him, Liam? The magic man?
So that's just guy in kind of dark grey robes.
Like okay.
He definitely isn't visibly casting a spell
right
now. I needed a figure that was wearing a cloak, and the only one there was a mage. So
is there anything at all about this person that would initiate an insight check onto them, and or an arcana check onto them?
The person wearing the cowled robes.
The person that Matt suspects heavily because they have a lightning out of their hands is magic. That I want to know if there's any reason Yoke would be roll on this to see if he notices anything more about them, or if they're just
roll me a perception check.
Okay. I don't want to metagame it, right?
Yeah. Roll me a perception check.
Fine. Okay. Cool.
It's a dude or woman or someone, you can't see their face or figure, wearing a cloak. The person next to them is definitely a cleric, or somebody of like a religious order. They are wearing kind of white robes with holy symbols all over them, like they're very obviously a cleric.
So we've got Henry Cavill, a cleric, and secret magic man.
Yes.
Cool.
And they're in a conversation. They are
Cool.
They are
Yeah. So
talking.
Yoak, I guess Yoak sees the guy with the sigil and like grabs Kalia and like pulls her against the building so that they
Yeah.
like won't be seen, and
Yep.
then like whispers, "Did you see him? You saw the knight."
She nods. And his cloak.
He nods. Should we follow them?
She looks at Yoke and says, "What are you hoping to get? You going to stop him? Ask him who he is?"
Yoke shakes his head. No, but we might be able to hear something. Important information. Does Yoke know who the family that the ring belongs to? Do Kalia and Yoke know the name of the family, or like, what information do we have about the signet ring conspiracy?
Absolutely. So let me see. Where is that? Sorry, I should have opened this before. Okay. So it's a the sigil is of a House of Valdor, Valdor. It has like loose affiliation with like the nobility in Darius. It's a fairly or was a fairly powerful house. Um, I think all of the information that Yoke has been able to find um, so far is fairly old information. They were one of the families. So this like state, the state of Darius is like an independent, um, kingdom isn't right. Um, I guess it is. It's an independent kingdom with an um like elective inheritance system. So instead of it like primogeniture, it doesn't go to eldest son. The heir is nominated by the king, um, and then that heir is the next king queen. Um, the House Valdor in the books you read are in like an ancient house. They helped carve Darius from whatever power structure it belonged to prior to this like arrangement. And I think there was probably like a king or queen um, back in like the way ancient past who was from Valdor. And I think most of the histories you read um, close with something along the lines of like fell from power 160 years ago. So and so was disgraced 140 years ago. Something happened 100, 200 years ago. And the like, political holdings of Valdor fell. And I think there's a lot of probably contrasting opinions on what that is.
But so the house itself has been steadily declining in power and like status over the past 200 years.
Yeah.
Let me just add this to my notes. And you said that like they have like loose affiliation with Darius, which is like the region we're currently in.
Yeah, so they, like I said, they're back in like the ancient ages of when this independent state was first carved from whatever power structure came before. Um, there were like Valdor were definitely involved in that, and they were probably one of the more like prolific. Like if you read a history book or a story or like an epic about the time where they were gaining independence from whatever came before, there was definitely mention to like Valdor. Um, I think probably when like Yoak read it in the book next to the sigil, it he remembered it from whatever stories he was read as a
Yeah,
kid.
I was gonna say, Mum
Um,
has 100% read stories about House Valdor to him before.
yeah, or maybe not even specifically about Vador, but there's always a mention of like grand hero from House of Valdor, and carved
Sure.
Darius from whatever came before, won their freedoms,
Do
etc.,
we
etc.
know who's in charge of the house?
Now,
Yep.
no.
Okay. Yeah. So she says, like, "Are you going to talk to them? Like, ask them who they are?" And he shakes his head. No, but we might be able to overhear something that we haven't heard already. Powerful people have lots of secrets that they talk about, right? Especially when they don't know other people are listening.
Okay. And I think like with that, like as you say that, kind of like look over your shoulder, and like the cleric uh points inside the kind of church behind them, and the three like, turn to start making their way into it. You're muted.
Oh, you're allowed to just go into the church, right? Just like
Yeah.
generally,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
He like looks at her. You want to try?
She nods. What have we got to lose?
Yeah, I think we go and like try to eavesdrop on these guys.
Absolutely. So you kind of make your way past the kind of guards at the front, and into the church. I So kind of before you, you have kind of the pews along the aisle, and you have kind of the raised pulpit at the front, um, and like behind that raised pulpit, there is like you can tell by the size of the building. There's more church behind it, um, and I think you see as you kind of make it in, you see like the cleric who you saw before, kind of look out from behind this door behind the pulpit, and like close it behind him, as he steps through. There are other like similarly dressed clerics about this church. I think like ones in significantly less fancy robes, like sweeping and shit, and generally maintaining and cleaning. And there's probably one going around like lighting a bunch of candles.
So they've gone into like just a straight up separate room, right?
Yeah, so like you've got kind of the length of this church. Before you were the pews, and then you have kind of the raised pulpit where they would kind of give the sermon from, and behind that there's a wall, which like there's a door in it which he went through, but you can also tell by just the size of the building that there's more church and behind this.
Um, this is this kind of stuff is Kalia's specialty. Yoke doesn't really know how this all works. He's not very good at the subterfuge stuff. This is her thing, right? So he looks at to her and like doesn't know how they should proceed. If like what she like, maybe we go around out back and listen in through a window. Um,
Yeah, I mean she'd say like that, try that. Although if there isn't a great window or they close it, you might only get kind of snippets. You could attempt to distract the like clerics in this room and try and slip through that same door and hope that there's a hallway or something and they've gone into another room. You could attempt to get into the kind of rafters of this tall ass building. Um,
Okay, yeah, I think Yoke, maybe if I am able to distract the priests, you could, and he like looks up towards the ceiling, you could get up there and unnoticed, and you might be able to hear them. You're a lot, you're a lot quieter than I am, a lot more deft of foot.
It says, I she says any distraction you make is probably likely to call the guards in.
Well, not a religious debate.
She gestures at you to do your thing.
How many priests are in here?
There are
So loud.
there are four priests in this room. Again, like they're like menials, right? Like the robes, you could tell on the other guy he had like the hood was embellished with the holy symbol. The robes had it on it. He had like chains and symbols, and like he was adorned. And these guys have like plain robes. One of them again is probably like sweeping the floor. One of them is like lighting like votive offerings. Another is probably like cleaning up something in a corner somewhere.
How closely gathered are they to each other?
Probably fairly spread apart.
Okay, Yoke wants to like locate a position in the room or ask Kalia to like show him where she's gonna climb up.
Okay. Yeah.
And then he wants to go to the priest furthest away from them, from there, and like so that the priest would be facing away from that. But also be like, you know, if he spoke loud enough, the other priests could hear him. Correct?
Yeah. 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 The like buildings like this are built for acoustics, right? There is meant to be a dude who is standing up there, and everyone in this room has to be able to hear what they're saying.
So maybe there's a dude cleaning like the like big altar, like where like.
Yep.
So I think so. Yoke walks up to him, like up onto the altar. Not like he just doesn't like acting like he doesn't know what's going. Like he's just gonna ask this priest a question. What is a Yoke's? Let's talk about gods, Liam. Uh,
Yep.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What is the religious structure of this place and like I guess this country, Darius, I guess.
Um. So they probably are, fairly uh like what's the word? They are probably like polytheistic. They have gods that cover like a range of different um like things and structures. Um, how you want to roll me a religion check to see if
I
you can
don't
figure
think I
out
will.
who these guys are? Because Kalia doesn't give a shit. She doesn't do religion.
3.
Okay.
What
So
is
like
what does he know, Liam? How does
yeah,
he?
not
What does he
not
think's
a
going on
lot.
here? What does he
Um,
think's going on here?
so
Or can I just make
there.
stuff up?
Oh, you can absolutely just make. I mean, a 3 is pretty bad.
Right.
You can absolutely just make things up.
Yeah, so he walks up to the priest, up onto the dais, and then like in a loud voice, not like screaming, but like in a loud, like slightly projecting his voice so that the other priests will be able to hear him. He knows he doesn't really know much about religion, I think.
Yeah,
He like maybe there was a farm god that like some people in Woodend prayed to, but his family didn't really because they were all
yeah,
like about like the older religious stuff.
yeah.
And he walks up and he says, "Excuse me, priest. I was wondering when when Yamathir created everything and brought life into the world. Yamathir's like some minor farming god.
Okay,
Um,
sweet.
when Yamathir created everything and brought life into the world, how many days or how much time was it in between him creating everything uh, and Gold Goldrian Goldrian and then Goldrian giving people intelligence. Goldrian again, another minor god that has nothing to do with this.
Like
Yoak
God of the
doesn't like
Woods or
he's
something.
yeah god of the woods in like the wild places. The two gods he knows is like the farming god and then the wood god.
Yeah, sick.
um, and he's probably said the names wrong
Yeah,
because it's
sweet.
dialectal, right? Yeah, he says that. Because the priest in my hometown told us all that it was 5 weeks. But then I spoke to another priest a few days ago, who said it was only 2 weeks.
Sick. Um, roll me your choice of uh like performance or deception. You can have advantage.
I'll roll deception because I don't have anything in performance.
Sounds good.
17.
Okay, sweet. Um, let me let me roll for these clerics. Literally just to see if they give enough of a shit about this random yoku.
Is
So
high
they're gonna
good for me
roll.
or high bad for me?
Well, they're gonna roll a like a wisdom save with
Okay.
disadvantage, um, with DC 17. So they probably fail. Um, but
Oh, they're clerics,
maybe
so they're wise.
one doesn't. I mean, they got a +2, +2. Saving throw with disadvantage. I'm not going to roll for the one closest to you because you've already encroached on his space, so it's just the other three. Um,
Are you only? Oh, that was just okay.
yeah, okay. So, um,
What is the response to this? Like bordering on religious blasphemy that is just out of pure ignorance, born out of ignorance and a bad priest that taught this kid wrong.
so
It's their.
I think the uh, yeah, okay, I like this. Um, can you roll me a luck save?
Yeah, I'm okay. I can.
Oh,
5.
fantastic. Um, so like the one you've approached like turns to you and goes, "Oh," and he like starts to explain, um, and you hear kind of footsteps of the other ones, and you hear one of them go, "No, hold on, wait," and you hear from behind you like heavy footsteps, and then like someone yell like you ignorant rural and he's gonna swing at you with his broom. um
Oh no! Triggered the religious fury.
So the dude with the broom uh, is gonna swing at you. I'm gonna give him disadvantage because I don't think he's very good at this. Yeah, okay. 10 misses, I presume.
Flank is flanking a thing because he's coming from the behind. Do I get my DC AC rather is 12?
Okay. I mean, 12 misses, right?
I think he hits. Yo, like
Sure.
maybe Yoke
Yoke
believes
just
it
doesn't.
hits.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah.
wants to sell this as like he wants to get as much attention on him as possible.
So the improvised weapon is going to deal, and
It's
there's
like
not going to be
D4 or something.
D4, yeah, for 4 points of damage as he clatters you over the back of the head with the broom. I imagine the broom breaks, and then the other acolytes and this guy are just pulling you and him apart, and they are well and truly distracted.
Oh, Yoke like fully
Um,
falls to the ground.
yeah, hell yeah.
Oh my!
Okay, sick.
I assume they start like lecturing him about religion.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're like dealing with their angry friend, and like one of them, they're like pulling him back, um, and uh, they say, man,
Okay, so this dude's whacks him and he falls down and like he spins around and looks up wide-eyed and he says, "Oh my, it's like when whatever one of those other names I just said that I've completely forgotten about, when that person cast out Morgren from the heavens." And it's not, because of course it's not. Morgren, I don't think even exists in this canon.
can
Morgren is just a
you
name that Yoke has made up.
can you roll me another luck save?
Sure. Fail
Okay.
again. Oh no, am I gonna get hit again? This is another broom.
So they um
Oh no, I'm gonna get stuck in this, aren't I?
they're pulling their friend back, and they're kind of talking to him, and then they're trying to calm him down, um and then they say, uh they turn to you and say, Mogul cast out. Listen here. Mogren is the god of the skies. Mogren is the creator god. Mogren, and then there's this diatribe that starts. They
I
are
think Yoke realizes that he went too hard, and like he's gonna get lectured at for like a while.
yeah, absolutely. Um, I now know that these guys worship Mogren.
I
They
think
didn't
also
before. They do
they
now.
make him clean up the broom as like a sort of
Yeah,
penance.
penance,
You
right?
have
Yeah, yeah,
transgressed. You will clean up this broom, and you will they make like however long it takes Kalia to eavesdrop. He's in there for like a good hour longer, cleaning shit and getting
yeah.
yelled at
Sick.
about correct religious canon.
Um, so we kind of cut uh, from that to a scene that shows us like a little bit later. Um, we see the door kind of in the pulpit open. The three figures we saw before walk back out. Um, and as they exit, we see Yoke with a broom sweeping the floors. They uh, look at you, but you're just some boy sweeping the floors. So they don't pay too much attention. But they've definitely seen your face now. And the three of them exit the church the same way they came in, and head off into the town. Um,
I'm
A
gonna.
short while.
Well, can I say there should be a role for if they want to remember that face at some later point? Because who fucking looks at some altar boy cleaning and is like, I'm gonna remember that face for later?
The cleric who knows the people who are meant to be in this church. Um, they
Surely this is. Can I roll luck? Because surely this is something these clerics do very often when misinformed people come in and like say just the slightest thing wrong. If someone says something that is incorrect, they have to do penance by cleaning the church
Okay, yeah, all
and
right,
getting
sure.
yelled at.
Yep, absolutely. Make a luck check.
There
Okay.
it is. Beyond anything like getting it, like them not knowing my face. Beyond that, I just love the idea of these really cranky clerics who don't really want to be cleaning, so make other people do it as
Yeah,
soon as they get
I'm
like phrasing wrong.
100%. Yeah, these little like shitty acolytes do not want to be doing this, so they just like, did you just say this guy instead of you have to clean the floors now? Cool. So, I think maybe we the scene kind of fades and we see like the sun beginning to set through the open doors of the church as Yoak walks out and Kalia is waiting for him down by the door, like by the front door. She
He gives
uh,
the hundred year like Vietnam stare.
she she smiles at him and says, "You made some friends."
Well, I don't think they like me very much, or maybe they do now because I know Mordron's the father of the skies. Mordron's the father of the skies, by the way.
She says,
32 children, if you didn't know that. Each of them with their own names and their own children.
"Yeah, man, you're really building me a pantheon there."
Most of them aren't nature gods. The majority
Yeah,
aren't. But there's a
and
rich pantheon out there. And I had to memorize all of those names before I was allowed
oh
to
yeah,
leave.
Yoke knows them all. Um, cool. She says, the Falthor Knight didn't say much. The other two spoke about plans, about using the, and she looks at you as if like, roll me insight. Like she pauses and like stops to look at Yoke. Cool. She like
Damn.
she is assessing whether she thinks what she's going to say next will like hurt Yoke. Um,
I would say just from the start, like he is very like she's he's very good at hiding his feelings to her. We've established that. Like I
yeah,
don't think she's seen through his deception once. I imagine she would have the impression that he's pretty sturdy, and there wouldn't be
okay.
a need to like worry about whether like that's probably not necessarily true, but that's what she from I think what we've seen so far.
She says they think that this town is weak, unprotected, that it is an easy place to operate, that the magics, again, she kind of pauses and looks at you, that would normally protect a place like this are weaker here.
Than they used to be, or always.
He shrugs. They just said it would make it easier. I don't know what, but they seemed like the conversation seemed to be making a decision about where to do what they were planning. And it seems like they decided here.
He nods. I think they like start walking somewhere. Um,
Yep.
They walk away. Um, is that the impression that you get from, all your friends and everything you've got going on?
She says,
Yeska really doesn't tell me much.
apart from the tower, none of the people I associate with are that interested in magical protections. She kind of looks around and um, she's makes sure she's not in earshot of any of the guard, and says, "People like me are generally beneath the notice of magical protection."
I'm gonna insight that to see if I can get anything more about that comment specifically. Just in her like general vibe
Sure.
towards it. Dude, inside her, like, Yoke went to the city and like he
Yep.
can read people now.
Yep. Yoak knows people. And she, you get the impression, this, uh, that's the right way to say this. She uh, has not had favorable dealings with authority or magic, or like she is well and truly part of like the lower class, um and from what she just said, it would seem that like any places that are protected by magics or would traditionally be protected by magics are not the sort of places that people like her are hitting.
Okay, yeah, he nods. Hmm. I will see if Yaskar knows anything about this. Maybe she should know. I'll talk to her. I know it's not
Says,
like, oh, go on.
yeah, she says, are you sure? I don't know that you should.
What is Yoke's general vibe of Yaskar? Like, is she a distrustful person? Like,
She keeps her secrets, um, but she keeps her secrets and is generally fairly like evasive of Yoke's questions that don't kind of go down the prescribed kind of routes. But she's held up to her side of the bargain. She has like never not give like she's never held back on giving you what the deal was prescribed to be, and she is, whether Yoke feels it yet or not, she is definitely like she's doing what she said she would.
okay. Yoke shrugs. If it's between them, and I think when he refers to them, that's generally like the signet ring people.
Sure.
If it's between them getting what they want and them potentially not getting what they want, wouldn't you rather be the not getting what they want option?
She says, I I don't know. I don't trust Yeska.
Why not? What about her? She hasn't done anything she didn't say she would do. She trusts
Says,
us.
she's them. She's one of them. And she like gestures kind of broadly at the city around her. Um, she says she has power and wealth, and she's one of them.
Probably a conversation I've had several times. Um, he nods. If you don't want me to tell her, I won't. But I think there are some questions that I could ask her that might give us more insight about the House of Eldor, about the magical protections of this place. I'm quite good at
She,
not being
uh,
direct.
yeah, she like crosses her arms and starts walking off and says, "Do what you think's right."
I'm gonna insight that as Yoak. Mac gets it. There's 13. Yeah. Does Yoak? What does Yoak get, Liam? Or can I just assume what Yoak gets myself?
You can get whatever
Okay.
you want Yoke to get on a 13.
Okay. Yeah. I think he is like he follows after her. Like he doesn't abandon her or whatever. Like they go wherever they're going. Unless she like actively is walking away from him and doesn't want to be near him.
She walks home. Like,
Yeah. Okay. He goes home as well. Um. Okay. Yeah. There's a scene I want to do with Yaska.
okay, we can do that now if you.
Sure. Probably after a lesson or before at some point, during a lesson, he'll ask her about why she's the only wizard left, why there aren't any other wizards in town.
Okay. So she like closes the book that she'd been reading to you, like looks up from over it and says, "It has been my experience that mages, especially those with great power, do not like to share that power." She like she stops, she like puts the book down. She says, "When you look at Rivrak, what do you see?"
Two sides of a coin. One rich, affluent, and magical, and the other more mundane, less rich, more in the shadows.
Says, "You have never been to Darius, have you? Or any of the larger cities of our world?"
Are you familiar with Erden, Yeska? It's a small town, not
She
visited
nods.
much.
"I have been to Erden. I have been to many of the small places around."
How many months has it been since I got here?
That can be up to. It would have to be at least for it to happen after what just happened. It would have to be at least like 5 months.
Okay.
But however much more than that is up to
Until about 5 months ago, I thought Erden was the greatest city in the world and the capital of the world. He just leaves it at that. That's that. That's his answer.
He says, then Riverac may seem large and impressive, but it is old. It is no longer the center of power for here. That is. That city has grown past its boundary. If you truly wanted to see a city that was two sides of a coin, then one day you should visit Daris. In the older central districts, it is rich beyond belief. It would make this small city look poor and impoverished. The magic here, she smiles to herself. The small courtyard I keep, the bridge held together by old magic. Oh, and they are nothing compared to the wonders of Central Daris. But the slums here, the poor districts, they would seem wealthy in comparison to outer Daris. But if a mage wants to share power, then it behooves them to share power where power is centralized. That is not here. And so there is just me.
Why are you here then? If all the magic is in Darius.
She smiles. She says, I enjoy my quiet life, away from those powerful wizards.
Are you not one of those powerful wizards?
Are we inside?
I've got too many tabs, man. Anytime you roll me, tell me to roll something. I'm on like a different window, and the window I need to be on is not the right tab. There it is. I'll use lucky for that.
Okay.
There we go.
She says, there is like there was and there is like a level of distaste when she said like powerful wizards. And like the rest of her words are colored by this distaste. She says, in the same way the magic and power of Darius makes Riverac seem small, the power of some of their mages make me seem weak. I am strong in my way, and I know much of the arcane, and I know many spells. But I was never accepted within their castes, within their circles. And I don't think I ever would be. So I may seem powerful to you, but to them I am. She kind
Okay. Can I roll history to like see if Yoke's knowledge of Dragonborn has changed over the 5 months that he's been here?
sure.
Normal, disadvantage, advantage. Normal?
Just normal. Yeah, just normal.
13. I think I rolled like a 3 last time.
Yeah. So I mean, Yoak knows Dragonborn exist, which is a step up from before. She is, contrary to his belief, not a dragon. She probably has explained to you polymorph, um, and the fact that she was able to transform, like to change her form to a young dragon. Um, she, I think Yoke understands that there are not many Dragonborn left in this part of the world. How true that is for elsewhere, I don't know. But here they are rare. Um, I don't think Yoke thinks that. Sorry, I don't think Yoke knows much about why. Um, but there aren't many of them left here.
Okay, he nods and when she says I'm a wave of the hand to them. He nods. Mm, kind of like how to you I am a speck of dust floating through the world.
He says, "You discredit yourself, Master Yoke. You have a lot of power within you, if we can ever learn to control it."
He nods. What what if I assume in Darius? Is it Darius or Darius?
Paris.
I would assume in Darius there's lots of magical protections from all sorts of things.
She shrugs. There is magic of all kinds.
What about here? Is there anything protecting Riverack from
She nods. It
bad
is
things?
part of what I do. Part of what any wizard does for a town. Provide wards and protections.
Would you know if someone was going to try to break those wards? Is it something that I could learn to do? Not to break them, to make wards of protection myself. To
He
protect
says,
people I care about, the things I care about.
"It
What he's
is."
trying to do is he's trying to get information about this town's protection without being like direct about it.
Yeah,
Um, he's trying to figure out how much of a threat those guys are potentially, or like how good she would be at stopping it.
yeah. She says, "It is a style of a school of magic that is very specific. I have not yet learned where your skills lie, but if you find a way to work that school of magic, you could do it." But it is magic generally held within the bounds of wizards and our schools.
But your magics and the things that you have done, they're strong, right? Not a lot would be able to break them. Like I wouldn't be able to with the surges that I experience, or
Roll me that.
something
I'll
else.
give you an answer, but roll me deception.
Normal, disadvantage, advantage.
Normal. Just straight.
How about a 19?
She says, You may be strong one day, but with your potential today, you could not break them. There are those that could. If one of the powerful mages left off their political games long enough to come here from Darius, they could.
Would they? Would they do that?
She shakes her head. They have their heads so covered in their political machinations, their power games. They would not leave somewhere such as Darius to come here, to our little corner of the world.
We have talked a lot, a lot about magic in general and how it applies to me and to you somewhat. Arcane magic, I think is what you called it.
That's
What about other types of magic? Divine magic. I don't think we've covered divine magic. I
yeah,
think this is like something that he's picked up from one of his books, from the
yeah.
bookshop.
She says there are many sources of power in this world. There is the arcane that I pull on. There is that of a god, or for those of us who maybe do not believe in gods, there are sources of she leans on the religious power, sources of belief that can empower. There are forces external to our. Do you? I think she's probably given you the like general planes of existence like thing. So she
Right, we're on the
says,
plane, like prime material plane. There is,
yeah, yeah. She says
I,
there are sources external to our plane that can bestow blessings. There are say there are those who twist words and uh, man, how the fuck would she describe bars? Um, bars.
they use their imagination and other people's imagination to
Yeah,
like they bring imagination into form, or like
yeah,
creativity into form. Because bards aren't just like people that do music, right? Bards are like poets and like painters and
yeah,
like
absolutely.
writers, and bards are anything is like
Because I think
100.
technically they just cast spells like wizards, but that's kind of boring. Um, so
Yeah,
yeah, I
that's
think
boring. That's no way.
I think she does say like there are those who can convince reality itself to change. There are many fonts of power in this world. A belief can be one, and there are those who pull on beliefs for their power.
What about the cleric in town, the one wearing all the gold and who looks very rich? I've Is it a guy or is it he or she?
Guy, yeah.
I've seen him many occasions over the past months. Haven't spoken to him or anything, but is someone like him capable of powerful magics? If he wanted to, could he hurt your wards? Well, what did I roll? Was a 18 or a 19 on the deception? 19. Yeah. Okay. Yoka's assuming she doesn't pass that. Yoka's coming from the like
Yeah.
just like he's always very curious and like she will answer a question then he'll have 5 more questions. I don't
Yeah.
think unless she passed this is just that like his mind is just connecting a bunch of dots and is trying to learn. He does have ulterior motives
Oh
obviously,
yeah.
but I think it's Yoke, so I think it started off with I'm gonna get information out of this lady and now he's just like, oh shit, I'm learning, and I'm now just like he wants information, but he's also just curious now.
Yeah. Yeah. Sweet. Um. So she says, fuck. She says the Prime Lector. He is a powerful. He has a powerful ability to call on his beliefs. Although even he would be a speck to those in Dallas.
Yeah, Yoke nods. Hmm. It's good to know that your wards will protect Riverak. That's comforting, and also very interesting. Would do you have a book that I could borrow that goes into more depth about these different planes of existence, these different fonts of magic? You called it.
He nods. I'm sure I can find you one.
Well, as many as you can, please. One with fairies in it as well.
She nods. She
I
says,
think this is the first time he's brought up
"Yeah."
because he
She
hid
says,
the fact. You're gone.
"Yeah." She says, "The Fae are certainly individuals who can grant such powers. You came from what was it called? Uh,
Colzabad Forest.
yeah." She says,
I hate Abby for that name. I hate that name. It's so hard to say. I don't think I'm saying it right. I think it's Kulazar Bald or something. It's such
she
a
said,
complicated name.
she says, "You came from near Kuzabar Forest, no?"
Yeah, he's already told her who he. Yeah, he nods.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a farm on the outskirts of it. Grew up in those forests.
She nods. She says, "Then you met the Fae?" She's watching you fairly intently.
Um, I don't think he knows why. I think it's because when I rolled the decept, we initially did it. She like detected magic on me, and
Mm.
the warlock side of stuff was hidden. I don't.
Yep.
It wasn't Yoke doing that. It just like retreated. Like it did that on its own.
Yep.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think he knows he's a warlock. I think he knows that he got new spells after all of that shit happened. But it feels the same as his other stuff. It's like the same. It has the same feeling. He doesn't. I don't think he knows. Um, but she asks him that, and I think his instinctive reply is no, and he doesn't know why he said no.
Yeah.
He shakes his head. No, though the fairies have always looked out for me. Everyone back home always thought I was being silly, but they've always looked out for me. John Deception.
Yes, please.
It's only a part lie. Oh, for sure, Tides of Chaos goes off.
Do you want advantage on this?
Yeah, I haven't
Okay.
looked at the result. I'm looking like at you. I'm like,
Yep.
yeah.
Roll me another d20.
Roll another one. 13. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, okay. Well.
Roll me
Fuck
a
it. I'm
1d
gonna
damage.
using lucky as well.
Oh, that was a what, a 8 on the first roll? Yeah, an 8 on the first roll,
A 2, and then a natural
2
one.
on tides, and then a natural 1. Beautiful.
Oh no. Oh no. That's very close.
33, huh?
Okay. No, that's lame. That's super lame.
Okay, sweet. You feel like a
Can I have a re. Can I re-roll this? Like I don't want to like. Obviously, I don't fully get this until the 2 years is over.
sure.
But like, you know, can I re-roll it for something more interesting?
Yep, go for it.
Because that's boring. That's so boring. 84. That's not a fire. I want fireball to happen. Oh my god, that's more interesting.
Roll me a d10, please.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you you lie about having met the Fae.
Yeah.
And
I don't think he's processed for, like, he doesn't process that he has lied for a few seconds after he has said it.
yeah. And then this like dark wave of energy flows out from you, encompassing the entire room. You hear Yaskir like grunt in pain, um, and you feel like rejuvenated. She like takes a breath and says, "We need to help you control that."
Yeah, I think he looks like, actually, fucking Constitution roll. He doesn't vomit on the spot. He looks incredible, like taking in like the necrotic energy that he stole from her, and then just everything about that makes him want to throw up, and he's like looks very sick.
Yeah. All right. She says, "I think now we will begin to teach you the control." And
he nods, still trying not to throw up.
Yeah. And with that, Matt, we're gonna get a second session of flashbacks and working through.
Yeah, dude, I didn't realize it would take this long.
Because that's all I've got time for.
Yeah, no, I've looked back at the thing and it's almost 5 hours. Jesus Christ. I didn't think it would take that long, and we're only 5 months in. I think we can.
Yeah,
probably,
look,
like,
there's
zoom
there's
through a
a,
lot of
so
stuff.
there's
I've spent
the
all my
tower.
points unless you're going to give me extra ones. Yeah.
Yeah, so like there's the tower that we need to investigate, and there's one or two more scenes with the like investigating the signet ring, but like the majority of the storyline that comes from that will happen post 2 years. So we will be at the end of this, probably be about halfway through the next time we play, I think. Depending on if you decide to roll for another 2 years.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I've spent all my points, so there's nothing.
Cool.
in that mechanical system that I can do unless you give me more points. Um, So I think we should be able to zoom through that stuff
Yeah.
pretty quickly. It's a pity. There's so many stuff on this, so much stuff on that list. I'm not even talking about like the mechanical things. So one of the options, I'll show it on thing there. One of the options is like level up, and I was like, I'm gonna take Yoak. I want Yoak to be level 3 because that's a big, that's where most characters are come into their own as a character in a class. So I really wanted that, and I was like, no, I need to change how I think about Yoak. Yoak isn't after power. That's not his thing. Yoak came here because he wanted to not hurt people as much, like involuntarily, and he's like a very stereotypical, like very tropey, classic, like magic storybook of a chosen one who found out he had magic and went on a grand adventure. I'm nailing down. So I've gotten everything I want out of this. I don't care about any of the mechanical. I'll take another level. I'm not saying I won't take another level because Matt wants the power, but I don't care about that. There's just so much stuff on this list that is not like more power. It's just cool stuff, and I'm so much on it. I hate you for that list. I hate that list. That list is the bane of my existence. There's just too many
Yeah.
cool things on it.
Yeah.
Like
And
non-mechanical things, and there's all the mechanical things. Oh,
yeah, so the kind of the point, right, is
I
to
get
put
it.
a choice that's like, do we want like narrative focused things, or do we want power? Right? Because there's the option before Yoke. Yoke can like put aside his like narrative like relationship interests in the world and become more powerful. He can do that. That's a choice. Um or he can sacrifice that power by choosing to remain interested in these more narrative focused things, which are generally spearheaded by people outside of Yoke, right? A lot of these points that you spent on these narrative things are things that have been kind of put forward and are there because of Kalia. So it's effectively the choice, the fucking chosen one choice between my friends or power. Um, Either option was really interesting, and I think Yoke. I wanted to do this really like a peek behind the curtain. I got you to this point early because if we had spent more time with Kalia, it wouldn't have been a choice, right? Like it would have been a Kalia every time, right? I've already made the decision the character's ride or die. If I can get to this point really early, there is still a choice there between power and Kalia.
See, the where you messed up, and this is your biggest blunder, is you introduced Kalia in the first session,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
she was like the same as Yoke, a scared and lost kid. So
true.
not like, and so I really wanted the like power stuff because Matt wants to be a mechanically strong
Oh,
character.
it, to be 100% clear, Kalia was meant to die. Kalia was not
Oh
meant to
really?
survive the first session. Yeah, man, she died.
Oh
She had a throat cut.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
she
She
was
died.
dead. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
she
She
was she
died.
was she was a hook to get Yoke further into the world. And it worked,
I'm
and she
glad she
survived.
survived.
So
I'm glad.
yeah,
Yeah, no. So like, I can't. I have to pick. Power is always something that is dangled. Like I'm talking these very like classic cheesy soul chosen like
yeah,
power is something that's dangled over them, but they never choose it
yeah,
because they care
yeah.
about their friends and they
Which
care about that kind of thing more. So
which is why I was interested either way, right? Because we either get the like the traditional chosen one trope, which Yoke has been so far, and I it seems will continue to be, um, or we get the like actually no, they're gonna be fine without me. I'm gonna go rule the world now.
yeah,
Like
see, I want to
because
do that because that sounds fun, but I think
mm,
we've got time. This character is not that.
yeah,
So as angry, uh, frustrated, and as filled with hate I am about this list of choices that I have, I'm glad we have it because it has cemented in my mind like who Yoak is. I had like I know
That was the
I have
point.
an idea of the character. Yeah. Power can come later. It just would have been really cool to have level 3, but that's fine. Like I can come power. Yoke doesn't care about power. Yeah, we'll see where this goes.
Alright. Yeah,
Yeah,
excited to see.
so am I. Yeah, thank you very much for watching. If you watched, shout out to Abby for the map and the curse that is Colosabard Forest. I hate you for that. It's, it's such a hard name to say. We'll be back when we're back. Yeah, with some more Yoke. Unless Liam kills Yoke, and then we'll be back with something else.
Well, there'll be at least one more session. I need a session to kill. Like you can't die in between sessions.
That's
And
fair.
he has to die getting caught up in political machinations that are way over his head. But that's like in session.
God.
So
Well, Yoke's not going to think about any of that and is going to go and read the book about the planes of existence and that's what Yoke's going to go and do. Yeah, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.